Well, hello, Parser people. Happy Tuesday. Happy Text Adventure Tuesday. Today is still IFComp. IFComp is running until November 15th. So this is an important day for me because this is the last chance for me to really play some IFComp games before I try to talk intelligently about them with some people. So we've played a lot of different games over the past couple of weeks. Hey, T-Pat, how are you? So we've played a good number of games. We've played let me look at my list. Oh. Yeah, I spent today actively not thinking about work. And went and did what I could to stay focused on anything but work. Started my day with some work stuff. But we've played a number of games. So games that we have played. We have played the Grown Up Detective Agency, which we loved. That was a Twine-based game that was really, really focused on dialogue and, some kind of negative feelings and working through them, which I always kind of like. We played Inside, which was super interesting, if maybe a little flawed. It was a sort of internal walk through somebody who was trying to... So the setting was someone who was imprisoned for witchcraft. But it was really an internal journey, which I thought was interesting. We played the very fun, if goofy, A Matter of Heist Urgency, which let us be a pony, a super pony, which gotta love it. What else did we play? We played Thanatophobia, which was an interesting format. A sort of chatbot kind of system that I think was more constrained by the system than anything else. We played the extremely fun Use Your Psychic Powers at Applebee's, which was a Twine game where you just tried to sell some beer. And really got into people's heads, quite literally. And we also played... Where'd it go? We played Esther's, which was a really, really adorable kind of children's book. About, speaking up about the things that you want and getting brunch, which, hey, can't complain about that. I played a bunch of the short games on my own, the 15-minute games. Some of them were interesting. I thought that most of them were a little too short for their own good, which, it's kind of hard when you make a short game. But I did play two longer games that I want to shout out. I played The Absence of Miriam Lane, which was a Twine-based game that was room-based, which is really rare for a Twine-based game. And you walked around and you tried to bring back, recorporealize which, boy, my captioner did not like that word. A person, by finding things that were meaningful to them. I would highly suggest that one. And the other one I would just absolutely, unequivocally suggest is The Archivist and the Revolution, which deals with the author calls it a post-apocalyptic world. So like the reformation of the world after an apocalyptic event. And just the depth of storytelling within a simple kind of loop-based structure. I easily my favorite of the games that I have played so far. And I'm pretty sure that it's not because I've met the author, who's absolutely amazing, and who has written a lot of really great stories, Autumn Chen. I think this is one of... I'm not even going to say that. I was going to say it's one of the few stories that isn't in the same world, but I think she's written a couple other stories that weren't. But it's a wonderful... I mean, please, if you play nothing else of the things that I have played so far, that is the one that I would just suggest. Yeah. Well, like that's the thing, and even at the shorter games, like it had everything from a sci-fi story to a sort of automated helpline simulator. There was an interesting one that I just couldn't wrap my head around entirely that was based on an Anton Chekhov story. So I one of the things that I've most appreciated about doing this in earnest and actually playing a number of games as opposed to just the couple that I've played before in competitions before, where there's 20 games and I play 2. You know, the vast difference in genre is like really striking, and I really appreciate it. You know, I played a bunch of like hypercard games on Monday, and you know, this, I don't know exactly how to put it, but this ability for non-game designers, non-professional, I guess, game designers, to create things that at least are interesting, if nothing else. It's the same reason why I love Flash games. You know, you have this wide range of different genres that are solely grouped together by what they were created in. And I think that's an interesting way to structure things. But okay, let's get to the actual games. Let's see what we can find. So, rules on tonight. Same rules as we've been doing. Because I played so many 15-minute games earlier in the week, we're going to limit it to half-an-hour games and 1-hour games. These are self-reported. So I found some of the 15-minute games like significantly longer than 15 minutes. I found some of the other games that I played, you know, longer or shorter. So it's also interesting to control that play time. But yeah, let's hit random shuffle. Let's do one more refresh. There we go. Get that random seed going. And then let's do half an hour and an hour. I kind of want to play some Parser games. So you know what? I kind of want to play some Parser games. Let's set Parser as the style. Okay, let's do that. So we're going to do, we'll walk around the neighborhood. And I'm going to download them. It's always kind of hard to know what format to do things in. But I think downloading them, first off, gives like all the Parser games on the same footing. One of the wonderful things about Parser games is that they're platform agnostic in a way that I think is really nice. You know, it gives an opportunity to say, okay, these games are similar, these games are not similar. Doing a little formatting. So yeah, we're going to play a walk around the neighborhood. And this is described pretty deeply, actually. So let me read this description. The sun is filtering hazily through a partly cloudy sky on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon. You're feeling lazy and a bit glued to the couch, but your partner insists on you getting some exercise. And although you complain, you have to admit it looks like the perfect day for a walk. Okay, Sam, time to go through the usual checklist. Clothes, phone, keys, wallet, mask. Where could you have left those? So that's pretty fun. You know, and it's simple and lighthearted, and that is one thing that I've noticed. Not that these are like grimdark or anything like that in general, but a lot of these games are serious. And sometimes you just want to play something chill. So we're going to play a walk around the neighborhood. Whoops. Hit the wrong button there. It's an interactive fiction. It's by Leo Weinreb. You are roused from the couch by a gentle push. The Sunday morning sunshine filters through the window and nearly blinds you as you sit up and yawn. Your partner Alex frowns, concerned. Sam, you've been lazy all weekend. Why not go for a walk around the neighborhood? It'll do you good. You stick out your tongue at them. They do the same. You roll your eyes. Fine, but just around the block. I don't want you tricking me into getting any exercise. Alex just smiles and turns away. Well, can't blame me for trying. Just give a shout if you need me. I'll be upstairs finishing some trial briefs for tomorrow. I walk up the stairs quietly and you're left alone in the living room, on the sofa. The living room is standard issue, complete with television, sofa, floor lamp, coffee table, side table, window, ceiling fan, rug, hardwood floor, and a thick layer of dust. The front door is here to the west. There's another exit to the north, and a staircase at the side of the room leads up. So these are relatively small games, but just to get better at it myself, I think I'm going to still be mapping. At some point, I'll figure out a way to show that I'm mapping. But for right now, just if I'm quiet, it's because I'm drawing boxes and lines. So we've got a front door to the west, another exit to the north, and we can go up. So, standard rules. Jerem is not here, but she would want to start with the standard thing. So let's X ourselves. Oops. You're wearing only some pajamas. You can't go out looking like this. Okay. First quest. What about inventory? You're carrying some pajamas being worn. All right, let's look at everything around. So, let's look at the television. A modest flat screen, not too big or fancy, but still quite nice to look at. Television is currently switched on. Well, let's turn on the television. Unfortunately, your television is one of those newer models which don't turn on without a remote. So you're going to have to find the remote if you want to watch TV. Fair. That's why I'm appreciative of having a very small apartment with only one place for a remote. Well, where would a remote be? In the sofa. The sofa is greenish yellow, faded from the bright green it was when you bought it. Search sofa? You can feel a few things in between the sofa kitchens, but most of it is dirty crumbs, wrappers, and change. You quickly pull out your hand, disgusted. Best not to try that again unless you can locate exactly what it is you're looking for and avoid the mess. So what else do we have? Let's look at the coffee table. A simple wooden coffee table. On the coffee table is an old magazine. Read magazine. You flip through the old magazine. Nothing much interesting there, but you discover a hard-level crossword puzzle near the back. What a lucky find. Now, if only you had a pencil. So, things we're looking for. The remote. Some clothes, which I would assume are upstairs. Or a pencil. There's apparently 20 endings. We'll see how many we can do. Okay. Let's look at the side table. Just a regular side table with a drawer set in its outward face. On the side table are a glass of water and a small white bottle. Well, let's look at the bottle. Reads aspirin. Okay. Open bottle. You open the small white bottle, revealing an aspirin tablet. Get tablet? You swallow the aspirin tablet and feel much better for it, discarding the used-up bottle as you do so. Okay. You see nothing special about the glass of water. I mean, it's a glass of water. Alright, let's look at the window. You can't look out of the window from this angle. Interesting. What about the fan? Just a plain white ceiling fan with a small chain that allows you to switch it on and off. The fan's blades are rotating rapidly, creating a nice cool current of air. Pull chain? You can't reach that from here. Interesting. What about the rug? Just a simple brown rug you bought at a flea market way back when. Its dark brown color is starting to fade to beige. Alright, next the floor. It's a standard hardwood floor, a little scuffed, but made of some nice maple. It's covered in a thick layer of dust. And said dust. Layer of dust coats the living room floor. You should really clean that up at some point. Okay. Well, we got some side quests, so that's nice. Oh, we're on the sofa. Well, let's get up. Thankfully, the pain in your head is lessened enough for you to stand now. You get off the sofa. Oh, I guess we had like a headache or something. Okay, Sam, the hard part's over. Now to get dressed. Well, let's go north. You begin to stroll north, but quickly reconsider. If you go into the kitchen now, you'll most likely snack until you spoil your dinner. All you need to do at the moment is take a walk around the neighborhood. Should be an easy enough task. Alright, let's go up. You begin to tread upstairs, but quickly reconsider. If you go up now, you'll most likely get distracted and never come back down. You can always shout up to Alex if you're desperate. All you need to do at the moment is take a walk around the neighborhood. Should be an easy enough task. Okay, so we can't go north and we can't go up. Well, let's open the drawer. You open the drawer, revealing a yellow legal pad, a red corded telephone, and a crumpled business card. Reading the card, just a small spare business card made of construction paper detailing the contact information for Alex's law office. Just read the pad. Just a plain yellow legal pad Alex stole from work. There looked to be a few indents on it, as if someone was writing on the sheet just above it before tearing it off and taking it somewhere else. Interesting. Okay. So we definitely need a pencil. Can we go out the front door? Oh, nice. As you turn towards the front door, you suddenly notice the red toolbox to the side of it, which had been previously hidden by the side of the couch. Ah, that's right, you've been trying to fix the front door's squeaky hinges for a month now, but no amount of oil seems to work. Now, what were you doing again? Ah, that's right, going west. But wait, you haven't got everything you need yet. In order to go on a walk like a normal person, you need suitable clothes, a filled and usable wallet, a complete set of keys, a working cell phone, and your mask. Better hop to it. Okay, well, let's open the toolbox. You open the red toolbox, revealing a workman's pencil, a mask, a can of grease, a paper clip, a screwdriver, and some spare AA batteries. Well, shoot, let's get all. Oh, well, getting all gets everything, so that's cool. So crumpled business card we took. The red toolbox? Nah, you don't feel like looking around the toolbox right now. It's fine where it is. Dust? You don't want to make your hands all dusty, but you could try wiping it away. Need something to wipe away the dust. Rug. The rug is too heavy to take, but you could try to look under or behind it. Nice hint. Workman's pencil. Taken. Mask. Taken. Can of grease. Taken. Paperclip. Taken. Screwdriver. Taken. As you take the screwdriver, something seems to shift within the metal lining of the red toolbox, and your work key drops into its interior, seemingly out of nowhere. You'd pick it up. Spare AAA batteries, probably for the remote, taken. Yellow legal pad, taken. Red corded telephone, taken. So I didn't look at the telephone. It's an old corded telephone, bright red in color, complete with rotary plug and small screen on the top. It's currently offline. Plug in phone. You plug the red telephone into the outlet. The small screen on its face lights up and some recent caller IDs appear. 1, Gordon. 2, Joe. 3, Mallory. Read 1. Interesting. I don't know if that's flavor or something else. Alex, who is Mallory? Seem to want to talk to someone, but I can't see whom. Ask Alex. Alex? You yell into the open air. After a few moments comes a semi-exasperated, yes. Do you know where my sweatpants went? Where my sweatshirt went? Why am I still in my pajamas? I'm having trouble finding and doing things in general today. I'm all out of sorts. Why am I still in my pajamas? Sam, you've been zonked out on the couch since Friday. Why wouldn't you be wearing your pajamas? Okay. Let's do the crossword. You sit back down on the sofa and begin filling out the grid. As an hour ticks by, Alex eventually comes downstairs, arms crossed. I thought you were going to take a walk today. You grin at them sheepishly. Another lazy, relaxing day in the house with you isn't the worst thing in the world, is it? You see Alex's eyes soften and they kiss you gently on the head. I suppose that's true. But tomorrow, you really should go on a walk. It's for your health, you know? You fail to go on a walk, but take a leisurely afternoon off instead. Okay. Well. Ending 1. Found. Undo. So, okay. Look under rug. You look under your rug and find your bike key lying nearby. You take it. So, okay. If this were a graphical text adventure, which I've been playing a couple of lately, I would combine the pencil and the legal pad. Maybe Xing the pencil will help. See, nothing special about the pencil. Well, we have the mask. What's going on with the mask? It's a KN95, the best you could get your hands on. Not taking any chances with this virus. Well, fair enough. Okay. So I know what I want to do. I want to use the edge of the pencil on the legal pad. So let me think about what the verb might be. Shade pad with pencil. It's not a verb I recognize. Use pencil on pad. Yeah, use is never the verb, but except when it is in older games. Breaks my heart when that happens because I'm so used to use not being the correct verb. Okay. Well, at least we have some spare AAA batteries. Let's look at the paperclip. Nothing special about the paperclip. It's a spray can of grease. Okay. Yeah, scrape pad with pencil. Right on pad. Oops. You've been getting to scribble over the legal pad to figure out what was written on the torn off sheet. A trick you learned from North by Northwest. But your pencil tip breaks off completely before you get very far. Rats. Oh gosh. Okay. Sharpen pencil on screwdriver. Okay. Search sofa for remote. On the sofa is a pair of sweatpants. Oh. Well, get sweatpants. Here are your sweatpants. You must have been sleeping on them the whole time. Where are sweatpants? You have to take off your pajamas first. Take off pajamas. Wear sweatpants. Put on the pair of sweatpants. So we have pants on. That's good. We have a bike key and a work key. Probably need a house key. So what else do we need? Okay, Sam, let's go through the checklist again. Clothes, not suitable. Wallet, not in hand. Keys, missing. Cell phone, absent. Mask, check. Well, we got a lot. Your arms are getting a bit tired lugging around that bundle of pajamas. Well, drop pajamas. You toss your annoying pajamas on the floor. One of the floorboards creaks as the pajamas hit the wood. Okay. Pry floorboard. You pull up the creaky floorboard, make quite a discovery. A small toy airplane. The previous owners of this house must have had a child who hid toys in this spot. Seems they forgot to clear one out, though. You take it and pop the creaky floorboard back into place. Oh, let's look at the airplane. Looks to be a standard toy airplane. Nothing much special about it. You expect it would be a lot more entertaining to you if you were younger. Okay. Oh, let's look at the floor lamp. Can't remember where you got this cheap little floor lamp, but it does its job well. The floor lamp is currently switched on, bathing the room in light. Turn off lamp. You turn off the floor lamp. It's now pitch black. You are unlikely to be eaten by a grue. Cute. Okay, turn on lamp. Okay. Well, let's get... Didn't it say something else? We could look under or behind it. Look behind rug? Find nothing of interest. Look behind sofa. You reach behind the sofa and pull out an old bottle of wine. Gross. How long has this been back here? It's been behind the couch for a while, so it's probably just pure vinegar at this point. Well, now that's interesting. What can we put together here? Okay. Let's look at the bike key really quick. See, nothing special about the bike key. Nothing special about the work key. Screwdriver? Just a small red screwdriver, perfect for working on tiny hinge screws and the like. Interesting. We can't go up. We can't go north. Can't go west. Those are the only directions we can go. Okay, so this is a one-room game. Let's go back through everything. Oh yeah, we have the magazine. Let's get the magazine. Cool. Side table is just a regular side table with a drawer set in its outward face. On the side table is a glass of water. Get glass? Drink glass? You're not thirsty, and despite Alex's misgivings, you really don't need water to swallow pills. Okay. So we increasingly have things. The toy airplane is interesting. Well, let's see. I like this. All right. I can't remember. Did you buy these sweatpants for me? You can feel Alex's eyes roll from all the way upstairs. No, silly. They were a gift from your Aunt Muriel on your last birthday. Don't you remember? God, I hope she's recovered. I still can't get that parrot incident out of my mind. I remember, you nod grimly. Not a pretty sight. That bird wasn't pining for the fjords, that's for sure. Cute. So this is like cute. And like a one-room game, always kind of appreciated. You know, it definitely constrains all the like action. You know what you need to do. Though sometimes I don't know. Let's look at the telephone again. Let's call Gordon. You dial the number and pick up the receiver. Gordon answers with a curt, "Yeah? Got any missions for me? Heard some rumblings from the Riddler," you ask in your altered voice. "Glad you called. Yeah, I could use a hand if you have a sec. Meet me at the station in 5? Will do." As you hang up, you immediately rush upstairs, change in record time, and emerge back into the living room in your bat costume. "Time to save the day, babe," you shout upstairs, and Alex replies briskly, "Don't be out too late. Love you. Remember to go on that walk later." You roll your eyes and swoop out the door, into the air, caped wings outstretched. You fail to go on a walk, but you succeed in saving Gotham City from criminals yet again. Okay, cute. Let's call all these people. Let's call Joe. Boo. This is like... So we've talked a lot about like different eras of IF, of interactive fiction and text adventures. Is this starting to feel like almost a throwback to like mid-90s games? Like kind of cutesy, kind of like, oh, we had one idea and then, all right, let's throw the kitchen sink at it. And like I was talking about like how lighter-hearted games are appreciated. So maybe I'm falling into the trap here of like, oh, well, to be an important kind of fiction, it has to be serious. But I mean, Batman, Mr. President, I don't know. You dial the number and pick up the receiver. Joe answers with a curt, "Yeah." "Good evening, Mr. President." You answer seriously. "I have procured the weapons you desire." "Excellent. I'll transfer the wire payment over as soon as all the arrangements have been made. Is your man ready?" "Yes, indeed. I will coordinate the arrangements imminently." Coordinating the transfer takes all your energy for the rest of the day. Just as Alex comes downstairs to check on you, you get a notification from your contact that the money has been transferred. "Sam, you weren't supposed to be working like crazy today," your partner exclaims exasperatedly. "You were supposed to go on a walk." I know, you say hurriedly. "But listen, babe, the deal just went through. We finally did it." Alex smiles at your celebration and kisses you on the forehead. The walk will have to wait for another day. You failed to go on a walk, but you succeed in closing the biggest arms deal of your life. Cute. Call Mallory. You dial the number and pick up the receiver. Mallory answers with a curt, "Yes." "Oh, why, M," you remark in a proper English accent. "How lovely to hear from you." "It's about time you called me back, 007. Your new target is in Bermuda. Seems that he's been siphoning off electricity from the public grid to further his own experiments." "Shocking," you intone in a deadpan voice. "Simply shocking." "Make me proud," says Mallory, and hangs up the phone. As she hangs up, you immediately rush upstairs, change in record time, and emerge back into the living room in your exclusive Italian dress. "Time to save the day, babe," you shout upstairs, and Alex replies briskly, "Don't be out too late. Love you. Remember to go on that walk later." You roll your eyes and rush out the door, just as Q rolls your Aston Martin around the block to meet you. You fail to go on a walk, but you succeed in defeating a corrupt billionaire in a battle of strength and wits yet again. Okay. guess undo. I mean, that makes 4 endings. But that's also like... I feel kind of weird about that one because, like... Okay, it's 3 endings, but it's really just 1 ending. Especially since 2 of them have the same, like... You know, don't be out too late, love you. It's just kind of weird. Like, either that one or the Batman one would have been fine. And it's, I don't know, it's interesting. I definitely like... I don't know what to think about it, to be honest. Okay, but let's keep trying here. Because we have a lot of things here. We have the mask, which is great. We have some keys. Check under cushions. Yeah, okay. No. Because, like, what do we have? We have an old magazine, which we got one of the endings on. We have a broken pencil. How do we sharpen this pencil? Maybe if you had something to dip it in, you could use it as a nib. Okay, well, like, yeah. Let's dip pencil into wine. No, you'd rather not drench your possessions in vinegar. Okay. Into water? That can't contain things. Into grease. That can't contain things. I do appreciate that, like, by examining things, you get answers. This is kind of like how, to a lesser degree, how, oh gosh, at Dead of Night worked with its combinations. Like, one thing would lead to another, at least when Dead of Night worked well. Okay. So, what's going on with these batteries? See, nothing special about them. My least favorite thing. What can we ask Alex? Why don't we ask where the sweatshirt went? Maybe that'll help us. Well, I remember seeing you toss it on the floor on Friday, so I assume it's been collecting dust there ever since. You sigh. Busted. Okay, let's search the floor. You find... No, not the floor lamp. Search... hardwood floor? Wipe dust. You wipe the dust away to reveal an old sweatshirt. Get sweatshirt. Oh, nice. A keyring. As you pick up the sweatshirt, you hear a jingling. You check over the garment, and in the pocket you find your keyring, which you take. Ooh, with a backdoor key. Well, put work key on keyring. Put bike key on keyring. Are there any other keys? No. I mean, what else do we need? A backdoor key, a work key, and a bike key? That's like all I used to keep. Let's look at this sweatshirt. It's just an old sweatshirt Alex grew out of. You love stealing their clothes. That is a great part of being in a long-term relationship. You put on the old sweatshirt. Okay, making good progress. Just make sure you've got your cell phone, keys, wallet, and mask, and you'll be strolling along that walking path in no time. So there's still some keys missing. No cell phone, no wallet. But we have clothes and we have mask. XTV. Let's look behind TV. You find the television remote tucked behind some wires and take it. Get remote. Oh, I already have it. Put batteries in remote. The panel doesn't seem to open no matter how much you try to pry it with your fingers. You notice a small hole at the bottom where some sort of tool might fit, but none of the tools in your possession seem to work. Huh. Maybe if you tinkered around enough a bit, you could make something thin enough. Hello, sheep. How are you doing? We're trying to leave the house. We have a lot of things. So we have a paper clip. So let's hey, this comes straight from a BBC micro game I played. Straighten paper clip. You unbend the paper clip until it's straightened out into a small thin wire. Put wire in remote. You manage to insert the small thin wire into the hole in the back of the television remote and pry it open. Now we can put batteries in remote. You'll have to take out the old batteries for... Well, take out old batteries. Put in spare batteries. Put spare batteries in remote. You put the spare batteries into the television remote. Turn on TV. You have to close the well, do that. Close television remote. Turn on TV. You switch the television on. The television is switched to the DIY channel. Currently, they're demonstrating how to make a duct tape wallet. Do I need duct tape? Oh, okay. The TV is giving us a lot of hints. So, a duct tape wallet, how to grease a window pane to try and jog it open. So, why don't we open the window? You try to open the window. Okay. You try to open the window, but it seems to be jammed shut. Grease window. You grease up the sides, bottom, and top of the window and discard the used up can of grease. TV is switched to a DIY channel. Currently, they're demonstrating how to craft a wedding ring using only a crucible, antifreeze, and acetylene torch and a cast iron waffle maker. Okay. Open window. You open the window. Let's look out the window. You look out the window to the west and notice your neighbor's kid playing in your yard. This would be fine in and of itself, but it looks like he's playing with a small object, pretending it's an airplane. You take a closer look. Wait a minute, that's your car key! Television is switched to the DIY channel. Currently, they're demonstrating how to mix the perfect pan-galactic gargle blaster. So, umpteenth reference, but I'm down. Give plane to kid. The kid's eyes grow wide with amazement. Is that for me? He asks you. It could be, you remark cannily, if you give me back my car key. The kid rushes over to you and quickly hands you the car key, snatching his prize with fervor as he does so. Golly gee, thanks a lot. I'm going to show it to all my friends at school. And with that, he rushes back to his yard to play with his newfound toy. The television is switched to the DIY channel. Currently, they're demonstrating how to program the perfect text-based adventure game using Inform 7. So little preview of what's gonna happen on Monday. Monday, I'm gonna not be playing a game, but I'm gonna be showing myself a little bit, and it's gonna be a code stream of working with Inform 7, and I will be doing it relatively blind. I will probably play around with it a little bit over the weekend, but I kind of wanted to be like, hey, watch this idiot code, because I do want to learn how to make these for lots of reasons, and I'm still stuck on those BBC micro games that I played by Larsoft. I find it absolutely fascinating. And they seemed pretty clear. They had some great writing in it. So I don't have to worry about the writing part to test this out, which was one of the things that I struggled with. So I'm going to try to make those games in Inform 7. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, so that'll be Monday. But yeah, okay. So we have the car key. But well, we need certain things to leave the house. Car key on keyring. So if we try to go west out, we need clothes, which we now have found. We have not found the wallet, but I think we got a hint with that duct tape wallet. It seems a little obtuse, but I'm down. We need keys. We don't have duct tape yet. We have keys. We have a cell phone. We have a mask. Better keep searching. And then there's this hint about the ink. So we broke our pencil, but we can make ink using paper, water, berries, and vinegar. So we have vinegar, we have water, we have paper. We just need berries. I'm going to search the sofa again. Wasn't there like food in there? No, just dirty crumbs, wrappers, and change. The television is switched to the DIY channel. Currently, they're demonstrating how to murder the Mythbusters duo so they can take their place. Just leave them in the room with each other with nothing to do. They'll kill each other. It'll be fine. Okay. Can we go to... No, we can't go to the kitchen. Okay. So something I don't love in Parser games is having to look behind things. That's just me. Like, it makes sense, but it's also like, do I really have to look behind each table? Other than a small electrical outlet in the corner, you find nothing of interest. And we already used the electrical outlet to plug in the phone. Climb out window. Climb out. You must name something more substantial. Climb. Jump through window. Jump out window. Civilized people use the door. Okay, fair. Wanted to try it. It's a cute no answer, though. Okay. We can ask Alex for more hints, I assume. My keys fell off the key ring again. You hear a faint grunt from upstairs. Of course they did. I've been telling you to fix that key ring for months now. I suppose you'll just have to look around and search where you might have dropped them. Well, we got the car key. We got the work key. We got the bike key. We need the house key. The house key, that could be anywhere, right? Yes, although you only use it when getting into the house. So maybe search around there. X front door. As you turn to look at the front door, your eyes drop to the ever-present red toolbox to the side of it. So what if we just open front door and not go through it? No. Okay. X hinges. X door frame. X lock. Lock for your front door. Your house key unlocks it from the outside. X doorknob. See nothing about the doorknob. What if we just turn the doorknob? No. Okay, that keeps like leaving the house. So do we have any tape? We need berries. I mean, berries. Where am I supposed to find berries? Look out window. Nope. Okay. So nothing there. Ask Alex. Oh, could you call my phone for me? Sure thing. You hear Alex fumbling around for their phone and then the faint sound of dialing. All of a sudden, you hear a buzzing coming from the couch. Get phone from couch. Search. Look under couch. You look under the sofa and find a messy ball of duct tape, a driver's license, a $5 bill, a credit card, and a vaccination card. You take the lot. Make wallet. Whoops. Following the steps from the TV program you just watched, you piece together the messy duct tape back into a duct tape wallet. Put cards in wallet. Put vaccination card in wallet. Put credit card in wallet. You know what? Put the business card in the wallet too. What else? What else goes in a thing? Put license in wallet. Put bill in wallet. Search couch for phone. Search couch again. You locate the source of the buzzing in between the sofa cushions and deftly pull out your cell phone. However, just as you flip open the screen to answer Alex, it goes black, and a small red battery icon flashes up at you. Typical. Plug in phone? You don't have a charger, mother. So I actually really like this. I think the hints are good. it seems like you need to use the built-in hints. Otherwise, you would not. Like, asking him to call the phone. There's no other way you could have gotten that. I suppose I should buy a real wallet one of these days. Here is snort of agreement. Like yesterday. How old are you? 12? Okay, we don't need the TV on. Ask Alex. My phone died. Have you seen a phone charger? I thought I told you to charge it last night. You were using it quite a bit before the party, so of course it's out of juice. Charger should be somewhere near the side table where the outlet is, I guess. Well, search. Look behind side table. Look. X outlet. Just a regular white electrical outlet. Okay. Look under side table. You find your phone charger tucked beneath the side table, right next to the outlet. Plug in phone. You plug in your phone into the phone charger. You plug your phone into the phone charger and then plug the phone charger into the wall. After waiting for 10 to 20 minutes, your phone is fully charged. You take it. So we're so close. We just need the front door key, which I am convinced is in the door. That is an incredible charger. All right, so we have some old batteries. So the only thing that we don't have is berries. And we can't go to the kitchen to get berries. The only place that I can imagine them would be outside. All right, so we're still missing some keys. Ask Alex. My keys fell off the ring. The house key. So maybe somewhere. Oh, you know what? Look under toolbox. Okay. Look behind toolbox. Okay, darn. It's kind of hoping. So we can't go up. We're still missing a key. X keyring. Keyring currently holds a car key, a bike key, a work key, and a backdoor key, although it usually also holds a house key. Unfortunately, this is a common occurrence. Your keyring doesn't quite make a full loop, so if you're not careful with them, as happens from time to time, especially when you're drinking or out with friends, they fall off without you realizing it. Search floor. Search. Look under coffee table. You notice a loose blueberry gusher stuck to the top of one of the table legs jutting out. Doesn't look all that old, so you take it. Make ink. Following the instructions from that DIY program you just watched, you manage to mix the vinegary wine, the artificial blueberry candy, the water from the glass, and the sheet of paper from the bottom of the legal pad together to make a sort of ink substitute. Dip pencil in ink. Your broken pencil should serve nicely as a nib. You dip the tip of it into the ink mixture, coating it purplish black. Write on pad. You dip your broken pencil into the ink substitute and scribble all over the legal pad. Soon you start to make out some half-formed words. Need a rest. Conference next week. Frying my brain. Want to spend time with Sam, but don't want to bother him. This isn't your handwriting. Did Alex write this? Oh. Ask Alex. Hey, can I talk to you about what you wrote on this legal pad? What do you mean? Well, I was just playing with the legal pad for fun, and I noticed you've written a note to yourself on top of it. I didn't know you were so stressed about the conference next week. Oh, don't worry about me, Sam. It's you who needs to get out more. They give a quiet chuckle, but it sounds slightly strained. You ponder their words and realize that Alex has been swamped and stressed all week. You've eaten dinner alone for a few days now. Haven't even seen them in the mornings. You've barely said 2 words to each other since coming back from Dave and Susan's. And they've been holed up upstairs all this time you've been preparing for your walk. Babe? You say cautiously. Would you like to go on the walk with me? You think you can hear them beaming from upstairs. You know, I was just thinking of taking a break. I'd love to go. Just give me a few minutes to get ready. And you begin to hear excited shuffling coming from the 2nd floor. Oh. Well, good. I think we got the best ending. All we need to do is find the house key. Search rug. X rug. What is this? Oh. Okay. Lift rug, yeah. The rug is too heavy to move, but you could try to look under or behind it. Fine, look under rug. Look behind rug. I think we found what was under the rug. Okay. There's the red toolbox. I guess closed toolbox. X toolbox. Just a standard issue red workman's toolbox. Move toolbox. Nothing obvious happens. Okay. Search door. X door. No, it just keeps going back to that toolbox. There is a walkthrough. I hate to do it for one thing. Then again, I have used a walkthrough for an entire game. But, like, I really do want to figure this one out. It's not in the toolbox. The toolbox gave us all those tools. So it gave us, like, the paperclip and... You know... It did give us a screwdriver, which we haven't figured out what the use for was. Tiny hinge screws. Unscrew hinge? Tighten hinge? Unscrew door. It's fixed in place. Unscrew hinges. It's fixed in place. Okay. So it's not that. Okay. No, the pad doesn't give us anything else. So we've figured out... You know, I really should get a new phone. Do you hear a snort? That's for sure. I can't believe you still have a flip phone in this day and age. What year do you think this is? 1996? Hits close to home. All right. Look under lamp. Look behind lamp. Okay. I just don't know. Trying to think. Check pockets. Okay, no, not in the pockets. That was a good thought. Lampshade. So the hint for this. So if we ask Alex, my keys fell off the key ring. I have everything else. The hint for this, you only use it when getting into the house, so maybe somewhere around there. Which would make me think in the toolbox. Let's search the toolbox again. I think it's empty. Yeah, it's empty. It's so close. I don't want to give up. Like, search door jam. Look at door. All right. In the interest of time, I give up. Yeah, X sweatpants. Pair of your comfiest sweatpants. You must have been sitting on them on the couch without realizing it. I never would have put this together. We had all the right ideas. I just don't think... So this is why I don't like look under, look behind, look next to. That should just be under examine. You're examining it. Look under door. You investigate the bottom of the front door and find your house key. You pocket it. So it's like one of those things. Yeah, right? Like... So, I mean, on the one hand, it's a one-room game. Like, the whole game of it is how much can you do in one room? What are the words? Put house key on key ring. Ask Alex. Well, I haven't chosen this one. I really wish we didn't have to wear masks anymore. Yeah, I know. Hopefully we get out of this mess soon, but at least we're vaccinated now. Don't love that entirely just because it's like kind of dating it. If it just was like you need a mask to leave, like that's one thing. It's just kind of clunky. It's super minor. I wouldn't like say anything bad about that. But like, It's something. So we can undo, I guess, like, we've walked around. I guess let's just leave. Oh, okay. Cool. So first, opening the front door. You take a deep breath. You have everything you need. Alex, you call up the stairs. Ready? Ready? You hear shouted back as Alex rushes down the stairs. You marvel at your partner's speed. It took them less than half the time it took you to get ready. As Alex comes into view, you hold out your hand and they grasp it with a smile. Then, together, you open the door, which still creaks loudly behind you, stroll out into the lawn where you can see the neighbor's kids zooming around with the airplane, and venture out beneath the partly cloudy sky. Despite your stomach doing a few somersaults as you emerge into the open after so long indoors, the warmth of Alex's hand comforts you. Looks to be a beautiful day for a walk. You succeed in spending some precious quality time with your partner, and together, go for a very pleasant walk around the neighborhood. Woohoo! You achieved the best ending possible. If you like, you can restart, restore, or undo to continue playing and find all 20 different results. So just because I saw them in the walkthrough, there's 2 very easy endings to get. We can sleep. You collapse back onto the sofa and close your eyes. When you wake up again, it's nighttime. Alex comes downstairs and sees you waking up. Well, you certainly can sleep. That was another 4 hours at least. Feel better? Loads, you reply, and you realize it's true. Your hangover symptoms seem to have dissipated, and you feel a little more human than you did before. Alex glances out the window. Unfortunately, it's much too late for a walk. Maybe we can go on a walk together tomorrow? You nod gratefully and your stomach starts rumbling. I'm famished. Let's order something to eat, you say. You fail to go on a walk, but get some much-needed sleep instead. And then the other one is wake up. The awful truth is, this is not a dream. Or is it? If it was, then you could pinch yourself and be... You startle awake. You're lying in your bed in a checkered blue and white dress, surrounded by friends and family. We were worried about you, says Zeke kindly. You must have knocked your head pretty bad during that twister. You slept a while, says Annie M., putting a washcloth to your head. You look around and spot Hank, who somehow looks a lot like Alex. I had the most incredible dream, you exclaim. You were in it? And you? And you? Well, I hope you're not too disappointed to be back in the real world, says Uncle Henry. Oh, not at all. There's no place like home. And you grin the wildest grin you have in a while. There's no place like home. You failed to go on a walk, but returned home to Kansas, safe and sound instead. So that was cute. I like that a lot, actually. That was a walk around the neighborhood by Leo Weinreb. You can, of course, play it at IFComp.org. Like all these games, actually. But, that was cute. That was really cute. So let's, whoops. Let's do another game. Know what this is? Oh yeah, all right. Let's hit random shuffle. Half an hour? 1 hour. We played the Grown Up Detective Agency. It was wonderful. I can only suggest it. I am skipping games that sound like they are maybe not that I have heard might not be great. I will play them myself, but if we can avoid it, not worth playing a game on the stream that's bad. Yeah, let's try this one. So we did a Parser game. let's switch gears. Let's play You Feel Like You've Read This in a Book by Austin Lim. So let's do a choice space game. So it's a time-sensitive mystery puzzle game. Oof. All right. Time-sensitive mystery puzzle game with multiple endings. As you explore your surroundings, you get the feeling that your surroundings are vaguely familiar. It says it's a half hour, but it's a puzzle game, so we'll find out how long it takes. So let's play online. Ouch. Your head feels like it's on fire. Running your hand along the left side of your head, you discover not only has the hair been shaved, but that a 5-inch scar has been cut into your scalp. Yeep? Are there... No, there's no... content warning, so... Hopefully that's it. The wound has been sewn together hastily, and the skin pulls uncomfortably as you probe the extent of the injury. Just sitting up straight takes all of your strength. Looking around, you see that you are standing in some darkened, dead-end alleyway. The sky would be pitch black if it weren't for a couple dimly flickering yellow-orange light bulbs. You scan your surroundings in the darkness, trying to give yourself some bearing of where you are. But you are certain you have never been in this alleyway before. You brace yourself against the grungy concrete wall, putting your hand on top of a cheap metal trash can to help you stand upright. This is when you first notice a small brass key, tied by a string to your thumb. The key has no identifying features other than the abrasions that come with age. Rummaging through your pants pockets, you discover a note on an index card, neatly folded in half. There's a pouch of neurotoxins in your head. Bring my $50,000 back to this alley by the end of the day and you'll get the antidote. You can't help but you feel like you've read this in a book somewhere. Hey, it's the name of the game. Maybe have a look around on the main road in front of you or inventory. Let's start with the inventory. Still dark from the night before. Checking inventory does not cause time to pass. Thank God. Inventory, $0 out of the 50,000. Patch of neurotoxins in your head. Great. So let's look around. Stepping out of the alleyway into the main road, you can imagine it would be very busy in the daytime. But at this time of night, any evidence of life has disappeared indoors. The cobblestone is well worn, heavily tread upon by thousands of footsteps. All of the dingy shops that line the streets seem ancient. Through the windows, you can see all kinds of weird things for sale. Exotic foods, some ragged handwritten books, and very strangely shaped rugs with holes. There's even a store for people who need to buy a replacement if they happen to lose one chopstick. You feel like you've read about this place in a book somewhere. Interspersed between the shops are narrow brick apartment buildings. You can't seem to remember which one is yours. All you recall is that there were frequent visitors, all important and official-looking people, walking through the second floor of your unit. You also remember hearing occasional violin melodies and the smell of never-ending tobacco smoke. So there's 4 apartments, 186, 217, 221, 263. There's a large grassy field with some buildings nearby. And if you slide past some buildings, you can walk down by the water. At the other end of the road is a bank. Among the weird stores, the only one that may serve you in this time-sensitive situation is a sketchy pawn shop right next door to the bank. Interesting. So that's definitely something to start with. Okay. So we don't have any money, so we can't do anything there. Let's start with the grassy field. A vast empty field covered in tall wild grasses. In the middle is a small dug-up patch of dirt, and you get closer to inspect. You put your face right down into the soil, close enough to smell the earth, but you can't see anything. You think you might be able to catch a glimpse of something interesting inside, but it's too dark in the hole. Far past the field, you see a tall, steepled, and drab-looking church. There's also a narrow pathway that leads into a lush forest. Across the plain in the distance looks like a farmhouse. So we need something that can give us light. Well, the church has lots of candles. The two-story church looks much larger up close. The steeple's lone window overlooking the grassy field has been shattered and has since been boarded up with large wooden planks. The doorway into the church is huge. Within are rows of perfectly spaced pews and massive stained glass artwork depicting various scenes from that one book. Above you are all sorts of bells, some silver twinkling with delight, others gold ringing out harmoniously, and yet others iron tolling menacingly, though you know not for whom they toll. Just when you think they're about to stop, they keep ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing. I feel like you've read this in a poem. You're just another face in the congregation as you sit in the last pew. While everyone has their attention towards the front, you pick up a lit candle, one of hundreds adorning the brick wall of the church. Yeah, grassy field. Inventory. A small church candle. Why can't I use the small church candle in the hole? Come on. Alright, lush forest. It smells like a combination of salt water and smoke off in the distance, as if part of the forest has been recently burnt, probably by forest fire. It's quiet, save for some distant animal noises, the occasional tones of a conch horn far away, and the persistent buzzing of flies. You feel like you've read about this forest in a book. You decide the outer periphery of the forest is probably the safest at this point, since the woods are dark and full of terrors. Okay. So the biggest thing, so we got the candle. I thought that would give us something, but I guess not. Go into the farmhouse. A sign greets you as you approach. Jones Farm, beneath which is a poorly drawn logo of a windmill. A large barn stands tall against the flatness of the plain. Using colors that nature reserves as warning signs, the barn has been painted haphazardly in red with a thin yellow trim. Many of the animals seem to be headed into the barn, like humans adhering to a strict work schedule. Between the pigs loudly squealing, horses neighing, and chickens clucking, you get the feeling that the livestock here is just a little bit agitated, but you can't figure out why. Although you don't see any other humans around, there are several pieces of equipment that have been left out in the soil, including a dinged-up construction hammer and various tools for cutting wheat. You feel like you've read this in a book. You sneak up to a window of the main house. Peeking inside cautiously, you also find the indoors abandoned. You reach in through the kitchen window and pick up a bottle of booze. Okay. So I feel like each of these places has one thing in them. All right, back to the street. So we can go to the water. It's really hard to see much beyond your immediate surroundings through the dense fog, which is eternally rolling in from the water. Add to that the overwhelming stench of rotten fish that seems to have clouded your brain's ability to see. Several rows of houses face out towards the water. Their gambrel roofs and peaked gables slope steeply, giving you the feeling of a Rhode Island coastal town. But, despite all those presumed residences, the water's edge is surprisingly devoid of humanity. You feel like you've read this in a novella. On a bench nearby, you see an older man who briefly makes eye contact with you before turning away. Among the many boats docked here, the most interesting is an older-looking wooden boat, massively oversized compared to the other tiny boats. You could probably sneak in and look around. You can also walk down to the beach and stroll along the sand on the water's edge. Let's start with the beach. Some beaches are dotted with blankets, each one acting as a home base for a family on their dream getaway vacation. Kids laughing and splashing while their parents lounge in luxury. This is not one of those beaches. With each rhythmic step, tiny daggers of stone steadily threaten to rip through your shoes as you march arduously over the never-ending hills of sand. Rocky crags jut out of the sand in the distance, giving the illusion that this beach extends for miles. Not to mention the still heat. The sand absorbs the sun's rays. Even though you've just been walking through the sand for mere minutes, you get the feeling that staying here too long might pose a threat to your well-being. You feel like you've read this in a book. Beyond is the entrance to a dark cave. Through the waves of mirage heat, you can see the vague outlines of a boxy-looking building. Return back to the docks. Let's do... It's kind of weird. I feel like the text is moving just a little. Is it twitching or is it hover-based? It's just twitching a little. Okay. Let's start with the dark cave. All your years of knowledge and experience about caves has taught you one thing. They're dark. You walk in through the mouth of the cave, wide like a yawning mouth, eager to swallow visitors. As far as the shelter from the desert heat goes, the cool breeze is actually quite refreshing. You don't have to go very far until you find a small X in the ground. Kicking the dirt a little bit, you find, much to your surprise, a box full of gleaming gems and shiny cups. This stuff must be worth something. Imagine that. Someone really should write a book about burying treasure under an X. Back to the beach. Let's check out this building. As you approach the building, you discover, in a stroke of luck, it's a medical clinic. Hopeful someone here would be able to help you with your ticking time bomb in the head problem. You walk through the automatic doors only to find at least 20 patients sitting in chairs all around the room. As you approach the receptionist, you are warned that they are severely understaffed. They are only seeing patients with major emergencies. You are still healthy. You probably won't get seen today. Even if you told them you needed emergency brain surgery to extract some pouches of neurotoxin, at best you would get a consult for a visit to a psychiatrist in a week. Then you notice that even the people in waiting chairs have very severe injuries. You're going to need to be in really bad shape to even get seen here. Okay. Let's go back to the docks. Let's talk to this man. The man slumped on the bench is easily in his 90s, face leathered with age, draped with a predictably unruly white beard. The man's eyes widen at the sight of your comically large bottle of whiskey in your hands. With the speed of a nonagenarian, he snatches the bottle and gulps it down thirstily, like a manfish drinking water. In a drunken slur, he begins a fantastical and mostly incoherent ramble about the town's history, complete with visual aids as spit goes flying out of his mouth. Even without real-life closed captioning, which this conversation would have benefited from, you gather a few pieces of information about the secrets of the city. It is rumored that by taking an object of man's obsession and an object from your dreams to the deepest heart of the forest, it is possible to perform a secret ritual that won't just save your life, but can also exact revenge on whomever cursed you with the neurotoxic promise of death. Armed with this new knowledge, you leave the man alone and return to the oceanside docks. So we need something that's an obsession and something from my dreams. That's interesting. Let's go to inventory. A secret ritual can save your life. A small church candle. Wait, where's the... No. Beach. Dark cave. You are really thirsty. Damn, this dry heat. Your throat feels as if all the water from your body is evaporated up from your shriveled up skin. Interesting. Alright, return back to the docks. I thought we had, like, stuff. I don't know. Alright, wooden boat. You were really thirsty. Well, I don't have anything to help that. The old-looking boat had seen its share of damage. Although the decks are worn and weathered, the sails are clearly new, cloth unexpectedly fresh compared to the heavily battered hull. Crouching behind the cargo boxes, you scrounge for anything that might be helpful in your neurotoxin predicament. You find crates full of various clothes, candles, dried meats, and even one full of weapons. While these giant spears may be helpful for someone much stronger than you, it would raise unwanted attention to be seen carrying one of these around the town. That is, if you could even lift it. You feel like you've read about this book in a book. Ironically, the only thing calling to you seems to have no immediate application to your situation. Around the main cabin, you find various carvings made out of, spookily enough, bone. Although there are many various pieces scattered along a large ivory inlaid table, the only one you grab is a carving of small fish. Well, at least it looks like a fish. It's not very well made, and who knows if it's even a fish. Might be worth some good money, at least to a collector of bizarre trinkets, or someone who really loves the sea. Alright. Yeah, weird bone carving. Back to the docks. Okay, well, we can go back to the street. So time is passing. Somehow, in the washing glow of daylight, everything looks even dirtier. People move back and forth busily, some pulling luggage carts heavy with supplies. Okay, let's try these apartments. 186. This particular building is yet another old apartment along the street, with residential units above a barber shop. At the top of the concrete steps is an ornate brass doorknob, which is unpersuaded by your key. Okay. This apartment unit seems older than the others on the block, if that were even possible. The bushes are untrimmed, the door slathered in grime, and the handle is dangerously rusty. The windows to the side of the door are so dusty you could write messages on the glass for someone inside to read. There's something about the number 217 that you've read in a book. Regardless, your key is not the right size for this lock. So why have these unless they're like references to specific books? Kind of wish J-Ram was here. She'd probably be like, oh yeah, that's what this is. Ah, yes. This now feels familiar, you think, as you climb the stairs of the red brick Georgian terrace. Must be that muscle memory people keep talking about. The door to your upstairs apartment opens with a twist to your key, revealing an entirely unremarkable one-bedroom unit. For the second time, the fog of amnesia fades, and your surroundings feel familiar. The messy piles of papers and receipts on your office desk, the view of the street from a window. and even the vaguest aromas of a previous dinner. Crumpled on a cheap folding chair by the door are a pile of clothes. From the way they have been scattered on the chair messily, it looks like they were recently worn. There's a mattress on the floor in the corner which is unkempt and deftly yours. There's the unit downstairs from you, from which you sometimes hear weird sounds. If you were brave or desperate enough, you might be able to sneak into their unit and borrow a few things. Let's get some new clothes. These clothes are unique, to say the least. You never thought of yourself as ostentatious, and this outfit doesn't seem to fit your style, but it fits your body perfectly, every single piece, from the oversized top hat and the collared button-up, all the way down to the matching pants and tall brown boots. The yellow is just so loud, you can barely hear yourself think. You feel like a character from a book. It doesn't take more than a momentary glance in the mirror to realize this ensemble doesn't fit who you are. The only upside of the maniacal brain surgery so far is a return to a normal sense of fashion. You notice an awkward bump in the back left pocket. The bump turns out to be your wallet, containing your ID and $166, bringing you a tiny bit closer towards paying off your own ransom. There's a mattress on the floor. You dream vividly of flying cats, bat monsters, and unspeakable things, but you're not sure if it's a real dream or a squirt of neurotoxin has seeped into your brain. Regardless, the dreams feel like dreams that you've read about in several short stories. Despite the surrealist images which faded quickly upon waking, one fact remained in your waking mind. You learned a silver key is in an attic somewhere. So I bet that's the item. Back to your apartment. Let's go downstairs to the unit. You walk down the stairs quietly, listening intently to see if your downstairs neighbors are home. Although you can't recall if you've ever met them face to face, you remember one thing about them. They're dangerous and don't always leave the unit unless something newsworthy has happened around town. You need to be sure they're out of the unit, not just sleeping inside before attempting to sneak in. Okay, interesting. Let's go to the street. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing some quick window management on my part. There we go. Okay. Well, all of that was to find your apartment. All right. Let's go to the pawn shop. I don't think I want to sell anything at the pawn shop, actually. Let's go to the bank. The bank door swings open and you're greeted with a line of people waiting to speak to the lone bank teller at the desk. You find the patience to shuffle patiently forward as people make their insignificant deposits and withdrawals. The ticking time bomb crisis has made the inconvenience of the wait feel like an eternity. There's always time to be civil, you rationalize, incorrectly. You finally make your way to the front of the line. Hello, how can I help you? The teenager unenthusiastically says, clearly out of forced obligation and not out of a desire to actually help you. Withdrawal, please. You look upwards, trying to make eye contact with the teenager. ID, please? Somehow he manages to fit these 3 syllables in the duration of a giant exhale. You pull your ID from your wallet. All your money? Is this about taxes and mortgages and those other adult duties that just seems to consume society nowadays? His red checkered hat hides most of his disheveled red hair, but a few loose locks seem to heave with every word, as if his anger and disgust for societal pretenses could manifest like Medusa's coils. Really invasive small talk. But you figure by the end of the day, you'll either be dead or just dead broke, so you humor him. Yeah, it's just some boring grown-up stuff, you lie. Just easier than explaining the truth anyway. You feel like you've met this character in a book before. He hands you $47,352 in neatly rubber-banded bills. So we just need $2,500. So let's exit the bank. Let's go to the sketchy pawn shop. You're really thirsty. A strange sensation begins to overtake your body. At first, your fingertips feel cool, then tingly, then a little bit numb. Your feet are the next to go. The loss of feeling causes you to stumble and collapse rather gracefully onto your back. The sky, already dark, becomes more and more blurry until it becomes totally black. It's not nearly as awful as a death as you had been fearing for the past 24 hours. In fact, the surging rush of fatal neurotoxins coursing through your blood is actually quite peaceful, at least compared to the hard deaths you've read about in books. So, did you survive? Did you know, other than the bad ending where you succumb to neurotoxin, there are 3 possible endings depending on your choices? Refresh the page to try again. There are at least 20 literary references scattered throughout this adventure. How many did you find? I am poorly read, but let's see. Adventures of Tom Sawyer, Alex in Wonderland, Animal Farm, The Bells, Catcher in the Rye, Curious George, Diary of Anne Frank, Dune, Harry Potter, Hitchhiker's Guide, Lord of the Flies, Metamorphosis, Moby Dick, Neuromancer, Peter and Wendy, Shadow over Innsmouth, Sherlock Holmes, The Shining, Spider-Man Marvel, Watership Down, and When Breath Becomes Air. I guess hard refresh? I guess hard refresh? That's one ending. Come on now. Play online. There we go. Alright. Let's look around on the main road. Let's go to the water. Let's go to the beach. Let's go to the dark cave. Oh. No. Okay. Starting back at the beginning. Plus there's a small brass key. That's right. Okay. Well, it's apartment 221. Clothes. Awkward bump. Great, we have a wallet. None of that is necessary. So we do need to go to the grassy field to go to the church. Turn to the grassy field. Back to the street. I have to go to the water and go to the beach and go to the dark cave. We get the box full of gleaming gems. We go back to the docks. What was in the boat again? Oh, right. Yeah. The carving. Okay. So, I wonder if that's the 2 things that we need. I guess we need the information as well. Let's head back. Back to the docks. Talk to the man. Oceanside docks. Go back to the street. Go to the field. Let's go to the forest. Didn't the old guy by the ocean mention some long secluded forest altar? You might benefit from exploring the deep woods a bit further. You path through a dirt trail, cross a tinkling stream by lightly tiptoeing over pebbles. Generally quiet, the air is sometimes livened up by the call of exotic birds. Many of the trees are hollow, and because the leaves block everything overhead, time seems frozen in these woods. You might never have thought about this land if you hadn't read it in the book. This seems like a really good place to conduct an occult ritual. Not only is it peaceful and secluded from the eyes of society, but beneath a great oak tree you see a conveniently placed ebony altar emblazoned with a pentagram made out of crystals. Although you can admire the altar for its regal and foreboding appearance, you don't really know what to do from here. Oh, I don't have the silver key. That's why. I need to go to an attic. Maybe in a farmhouse? No. Do I need to know? Oh, I probably do need to know these things. Okay. Turn to the street. Go to your apartment. We need to sleep. There's a silver key in an attic somewhere. Back to the street. We need to go to the grassy field farmhouse. No. Darn. Okay. So what else do we need? So we have the building. Okay, maybe that's it. Walk down by the water. Go down to the beach. Boxy looking building. No, that's not it. That's the hospital, which we can't get help from, unfortunately. Okay. Okay. So it's not the building. So let's keep going back. Where is there... Where is there a... Well, I'm not even thirsty yet, so I probably can go to the bank and wait this out. Cool. So we have that. So we could probably just go to the pawn shop and give them the bag full of treasure. Wow. It's a literal pile of gold. What about the whalebone effigy? It's the rest of the money. What about the newspaper? The mysterious death of a man in the city. So just when you thought print media had died, the Daily Clarion persists where so many other newspapers have folded. As you flip through the pages, all you find are poor journalistic practices, from fear-mongering to wildly untrue sensationalist headlines. On every other page, there are reminders that the tabloid is paying for pictures of various cryptids, the kind that don't exist out of the imagination. You feel like you've read about this in a book. Buried near the back page is a brief obituary describing the mysterious death of a man in the city. Well, alright. Back to the pawn shop. Inventory. We have everything, so why don't we just return to the shady alley? You walk down the alley to where you started your nightmare of a day, looking to make the exchange for your life. You don't explicitly see your blackmailer, but you nonetheless pull out $50,000 in assorted bills and place them on top of a trash can. You turn circles to see if anyone is here to honor this life or death agreement, and just as quickly as you turn back, the pile of money is gone. In its place is a small cup, with an even smaller piece of paper hanging around it, which reads simply, "Drink me." The antidote doesn't taste terrible at all. It's a bit bubbly, salty, and unexpectedly olivey. You feel like you've read about this drink in a book. And just like that, the antidote neutralizes the toxin. You're alive, quite a bit poorer, but alive. Alright, we are so close to figuring out the last thing. So I want both of those things. And in fact, I'm going to back out until before we went to... before we went to the bank. So the sun is starting to go down. A secret ritual can save your life. A key is hidden in an attic. We go to the pawn shop. We buy a newspaper for $1. Mysterious death of a man in the city. Go to your apartment. Can we go downstairs? You walk down the stairs quietly, listening intently to see if your downstairs neighbors are home. You recall this interesting pattern of their behavior. Whenever someone dies around the city, they tend to leave their unit, sometimes for the whole day. You turn the door handle furtively. Surprisingly, it hasn't been locked. The air is stale, thick with lingering tobacco smoke. You scan the room for valuables, but you are overwhelmed with the plethora of knickknacks. So numerous they are, practically balancing on top of each other. Old books, pictures on the wall of various people, none of whom you recognize, glass bottles, and just when you thought it couldn't get more weird, a skull? Just out in the open? The only things that seem to be of value are a violin and a small flashlight, both of which you grab. You feel like you've read about this apartment in a book. Worse, you feel like you'll eventually get caught for stealing their stuff. Alright, we're back to our apartment. We can go back to the street. Let's go to the grassy field. And so, okay. We have this small dug up patch of dirt. The hole is deep, but your light is strong. You angle the beam into the darkness. Suddenly, an army of rabbits scatter to and fro. Furious flashes of hazel and pale gray silver fur blink quickly as timid rabbits dart around the grass away from you. You feel like you've read this in a book. Just when you think the rabbits are done fleeing, one of them lunges out of the hole and bites your hand before joining his comrades amidst the tall grasses. You're bleeding pretty badly, and who knows what kinds of diseases rabbits carry. Not only is there the issue of the neurotoxin pouches set to explode in your brain, now you start worrying about mundane things like wild animal bites. I wonder if we can... Yeah, you are bleeding. I wonder if we can go to the hospital now. No, we can't. Alright, we're just bleeding. So where... Okay. So we have the bank, but the bank doesn't have an attic. What if we return to the shady alley with no money? You count the money in your wallet, the whole sum of $165. Looking around, you wonder if your blackmailer wouldn't notice that you were short of their ransom. You don't accept credit card by chance, do you? And then, okay. So no, that's not it either. So we got one win. There's two other successes. So I think this is like So while I'm thinking, let me talk about how I feel about this game. And I think there's a lot here to like, honestly. I think some very minor thing that wouldn't affect a score or anything, but like some of the text things, the text styling is a little funky. Just like, oh, I figured out how to do this, let me do it. But I mean, overall, I really like this. I think having like a clear win condition and then there's other win conditions in here is really worthwhile. I think in general the writing is solid, which, you know, it's definitely got that kind of like overly literary feel, but I mean, the game is called You Feel Like You've Read This in a Book. I think that's okay. I don't feel like cheated with any of the deaths or any of the like bad things that happen. I think they just kind of like happen. You know, what if we go to the grassy field? It's bit our hand. We have blood now. What about deep woods? No, nothing. The only thing I'm not loving is that I genuinely have no idea. I hate that feeling in any game where you're playing it and you know what you need to do. We need to find an attic. Aha! Everyone has left the church and it's quiet. Now would be a great time to sneak into that mysterious attic. The narrow staircase squeezes your shoulders as you start climbing the rickety wooden ladder leading upstairs. You push up a trapdoor, then stand up fully in the tall attic. The walls show signs of fire damage. Although it seems abandoned, there is some evidence that someone had at one point lived here. There are piles and piles of books in the corner. Stacks of handwritten papers are scattered across the floor, many of them tied up neatly with ribbons. You peek between the boards that covered the window and see everything laid out like a map. The Jones farm with the bright red barn, the lush forest, even the busy street. Feels like one or two attics you've read about in a book. As you return to climb down the ladder, you notice a shiny glimmer on top of an old dresser. It sparkles surprising amidst the dusty surroundings. Weird. It's the key you saw in your dreams. You grab it and drop it into your pocket. Back down to the church. Return to the grassy field. Go to the forest. Go to the deep woods. A strange sense of... No! Ah. All right. All right. No, we can do this. We can do this. All right. Have a look around. Apartment 221. Actually, no. Let's go to the pawn shop. Oh, 8 a.m. to midnight. Okay. Apartment 221. Sleep on the mattress. Yes. Okay, so we can't even do that first. Interesting. All right. Grassy field. Church. We got the lit candle. Oops. Church. Lit candle. Back to the grassy field. Farmhouse. Bottle of booze. Grassy field. Back to the street. Go down to the water. Talk to the man. Takes the grassy booze. The booze tells us we can perform a secret ritual. We go to the wooden boat. We get to the weird carving. We go to the beach. We go to the dark cave. We get the box of gleaming gems. We don't need to go to the hospital. We return back to the docks. We return back to the street. We go to the sketchy pawn shop. Nope, we can't yet. We go to the apartment. We go pick up the clothes. We get the wallet. We sleep. We get the silver key information. We don't go downstairs. There's no reason to. We go to the sketchy pawn shop. We buy a newspaper. We find out that there's a mysterious death of a man in the city. Back to the pawn shop. We don't need any of that though, but I still want it as a 100% run. Back to Main Street. We don't need to go to the bank ever. We go to the apartment. We already have slept. I think we do need to go down there to get the small flashlight. We go back to the street. We go to the grassy field. We get bitten. We go to the church. We go to the mysterious attic. We return to the grassy field. We go to the forest. We go to the deep woods. Your path through a dirt trail across a tinkling stream. Yes. Across a tinkling stream by gently tiptoeing over pebbles. Generally quiet, the air is sometimes livened up by the call of exotic birds. Many of the trees are hollow, and because the leaves block everything overhead, time seems frozen in these woods. You might never have thought about this land if you hadn't read it in a book. This seems like a really good place to conduct an occult ritual. Not only is it peaceful and secluded from the eyes of society, but beneath a great oak tree you see a conveniently placed ebony altar, emblazoned with a pentagram made out of crystals. You climb up onto the altar, which, despite its uncomfortable appearance, welcomes you like a warm hug. You set the silver key in the bone carving right next to you as your head reclines on the stone, and then you black out. How typical and completely expected. Wake up. Hours later, when you wake from troubled dreams, you remain yourself, in your own bed nonetheless. Someone must have carried your unconscious body back from the altar in the deep forest. Light droplets of rain patter against the window as you squint your eyes to look outside. Although it's quite dull outside, it's clearly morning, so apparently the ritual had worked and saved your life. Just when you start to roll out of bed to celebrate your new lease on life, you discover something unusual. You have more legs than normal, at least 6, all of them tiny and wiggling. You crane your head forward and you look down at your own stomach, only to discover it has been divided into stiff sections, with large brown plates covering each section. You have become a character from a book. I think that's a good place to end it. I like that. That was cute. So that was You Feel Like You've Read This in a Book by Austin Lim. I genuinely liked that. I thought that was fun. And definitely not like... It wasn't too much. So I really like that. Let's try to knock out one more before we go on break. Let's stick to a half hour. I would love to do a Parser game. I would also love to do one that is not too terribly... Yeah. Alright, let's do a Parser game. What's the first Parser game on the list? Oh, we played that one already. A Matter of Heist Urgency. We like that one. That one's very fun. Yeah, let's do this. Nice little half-hour Parser game. I do want to do Who Shot Gummy Bear. Maybe I'll do that one next week. I might play that one over the weekend or something. Or maybe it'll pop up next. Who knows? So let's download Campus Invaders. Somewhere I've got my list of what we've played. So what's this? Okay, cool. It's got the same intro. Nice. Love it. I'll capture the cursor. Let's make it a little bigger. And we can increase the size. There we go. Let's maybe a little smaller. So we're going to play Campus Invaders. This is by Marco Vallarino. For some time, you have been waiting for the open day of the Vigimus Academy to visit the building that also hosts the game design course, taught by Professor Mark M. Etal. Just arrived, however, you saw a great shape in motion obscuring the sky. An alien spaceship. Extraterrestrials have started pouring in by the thousands on the streets of cities, spreading panic. Luckily, Mark managed to close the gate before the irreparable happened. Only one robot managed to get in, starting to shoot on the staff of the Vigimus Academy, who ran everywhere. Okay, yeah, the Bigamist Academy. You took shelter in the lobby of the building while Mark disappeared. Finding him will be important to understand how to save the campus from the alien threat. Okay, so we need to find Mark. You want to read the instructions? Yes. Okay, standard instructions. Exceptionally in this game, use is also allowed. Good to know. High and low is A and B. That's kind of interesting. Examine things. Campus Invaders 1.0, an interactive War of the Worlds. Written in Inform 6. The Friends of Vigimus Academy. Thank you for the translation. This was originally written in Italian. So that brings up kind of an interesting point about interactive fiction in general. So typically, when we talk about interactive fiction, we're talking about a small subset of it. We're talking about a very American look at it. So we're talking about IFComp. We're talking about, to frankly a lesser degree, like Sierra. You know, we're talking about these, like, I don't know, like very American styled games. And they all have like certain things going on with them. One of the reasons why I was like fascinated by the BBC micro games that I played was that honestly they felt a little different. Like, because they were written in the Quill and not Z code, like they had a specific feel to them. That's still only a small fraction of the interactive fiction written. Like, there's a large interactive fiction community that popped up in Spain. There's a large interactive fiction community in Eastern Europe. There's a large interactive fiction community in South America. You know, I think I'm sure that there is an interactive fiction community in Japan. If for nothing else, that Japan had a ton of point and click games, had a ton of visual novels, obviously. Like, there are different kinds of interactive fiction in different places, and they're written with different lineages and different writing styles. So I'm interested, obviously IFComp is like focused on like US styled, even though I don't know, maybe also British style, but I think those two merged after a point. This is why I enjoy doing as much as I'm absolutely loving doing IFComp. This is why I love doing the vintage stuff, because it gives us this history that I think doesn't exist in the US, or if we only played games that were made in the past, 25 years. And I know that that's like a huge time period, but at that point, I think a lot of different threads had merged. So anyway, all that to say, I'm interested in someone originally writing this in Italian and then localizing it to English. I'm curious what changes had to be made. But yeah, thank you, Marco Vallarino. So we're in the lobby. The atrium of the Vigamus Academy faces west on the lecture hall, east on the corridor leading to the other rooms on the floor, north on the elevator leading to the upper floor. The exit is south. In the corner of the lobby, there is a vending machine for snacks. You hear a voice coming from the vending machine. So, okay. There's a lecture hall. There's outside. There's a corridor to other rooms. And there's an elevator. Okay, there's a vending machine for snacks. Let's X the machine. You approach the vending machine, and you hear a voice shouting from inside. Help, help, I am Mark M. Etal. I locked myself in here to escape the aliens, but now I can't get out. Find a coin to put in the vending machine, so maybe you can free me. That's easy, we found the guy. We need a coin. Okay. Well, let's start west. Oh, there's a coin. Easy. You're in one of the classrooms where the lessons of the game design course are held, often held by some of the leading national and international experts in all areas of the video game market. There is no one there at the moment. The exit is to the east. The teaching post stands out impressively in the back of the classroom. Who knows how many illustrious personalities have sat there? Hey, looks like someone lost a €1 coin here. So, already we have something that I've noticed, at least in British style games, that there's not a discrete exits listing. It's in the description of the room itself. The other thing that I've noticed is there's no discrete items list in the same way that maybe we're used to with US styled games. So comparing this to and it's already a different kind of game, but comparing this to taking a walk, What was that called? Ha ha ha. A walk around the neighborhood. You know, comparing it to that, like, we don't have it as specifically laid out. Oh, and there's a sofa here, and there's this here. It's like kind of separated out, or like in a more prose fashion than written out as like, oh, okay, and here's a list. Well, let's get the coin. Let's look at this post. In a desk drawer, you find a flashlight. Did that go in my thing? No. Get flashlight. Sit at post. Sit in post? You'd like that, eh? Cute. Yeah. Cool. Let's go east. Let's put coin in machine. You put the coin in the vending machine, which immediately begins to rumble and vibrate, until from the compartment at the bottom of the unit comes out Mark M. Etal, the head of the game design course. Thank you for freeing me, says the man, grateful. He gives you an affectionate pat on the shoulder and continues. I hid in there when I saw the aliens coming, but then I got stuck and I couldn't come out anymore. Apparently someone wants to take over our planet, but we're going to show them. Mark shakes a fist with a threatening face and says again, right here at Vigamus Academy, we are working on a project involving extraterrestrials. It is a video game that proposes a kind of war of the worlds, where the worst are the Martians. I think you can use that as an input to resolve this emergency. First, however, you should go to the presidency on the first floor and ask for the necessary permission to shoot freely for the Vigamus Academy and use laboratory facilities. Mark hands you a piece of paper and continues. Give this form to Professor Raoul Cole, and you will see that you will have no problem with him. I'll stay here and watch the entrance to the building. Luckily, we were able to close the gates before it was too late, but I'm afraid a damn robot managed to get in, and now he's waiting outside to destroy us with his laser beam. Together with Professor Mark M. Etal, a tar-flavored snack came out from the vending machine. Your score has just gone up by 1 point, so there's only 10 points. Good to know. Get snack. X snack. On the plastic wrapper, it says made in Mordor. So we have to find Raoul Cole. And the presidency. Now that's on the first floor. So we don't need to go to the elevator. We can't go outside. What if we just go south? So if we go south, it's a parking lot. You're in the parking lot of the Vigamus Academy. To the north is the building that houses the classrooms, laboratories, and offices. To the south, the avenue leading to the entrance gate. In the corner of the parking lot is Dr. Eve Sturgeon's car. The parking lot is guarded by a robot armed to the teeth. It must be an emissary of the aliens who invaded the city. You're unlikely to make it through here unscathed if you can't find a way to get rid of him. Enter car. The car is locked. The robot shoots a laser beam at you, which fortunately you manage to avoid. Alright, let's just go back north. So let's go east. We're on the corridor of the lower floor. The corridor you're in leads east to the newsroom, south to the development lab, west to the lobby, and north to the closet. Well, start in the closet. Closet door is locked. Open closet door. The door is locked. Okay, that's fine. What's this poster have on it? On the poster stand On the poster, stand out the image of a vampire and the inscription, "Try Darkus, the most terrifying text adventure on the web. Let fear bite you on www.marcovallarino.it." Heck yeah, get your ad in there. Okay, well, let's go south to Development Lab. To access the Development Lab, you need a pass, which you can request in the Presidency on the first floor. Oh! European rules. First floor is the second floor. Oh, we can go to the newsroom. You've reached the newsroom of the Vigamus Academy magazine. The exit is to the west. At the center of the room is a large table cluttered with computers and paperwork. Let's search the table. Find nothing of interest. Let's look at the table. There seems to be something under the table. Maybe moving it will help you see better. Seriously, this is what you're supposed to do. If you're going to have, like, look under things like that, give it to me on Xing it. You don't have to be, like, explicit about, like, oh, well, maybe moving it will help you see better. But, like, you could at least say there seems to be something under the table. You move the table to the side and find a trapdoor in the middle of the floor. It's probably a passageway to one of the bunkers built during the war. Open door? Open trapdoor. You enter the trapdoor, and thanks to a sturdy ladder, descend to the basement of the Vigamus Academy. Through the trapdoor found in the newsroom, you descended into this dark underground bunker from which a dark gallery branches out that goes south. To the north is the ladder that leads back upstairs. Oh, we can go south. Let's go south. Get a light source if you want to explore the tunnel without the risk of being eaten by a grue. Cute. We have a flashlight. Turn on flashlight. You switch the flashlight on. Thanks to the faint light of the flashlight, you could enter the tunnel that leads from the underground bunker of the Vigamus Academy, who knows where. Fortunately, there's a barrier here that prevents you from continuing further. To the north, go back to where you came from. You can see a stuffed dog here. The stuffed dog is a golden Labrador with biscuit-colored ears, black nose, soft eyes, and a tag with the words "Emi." Get dog. You wouldn't know what to do with it now, but let me get it. Let me get it anyway. Look, just because I sequence broke. So that's definitely something true. Like, I don't know actually what the right way to do that is. Like, if you sequence break, what's, like, do you block the player from sequence breaking because it'll make the game more annoying and harder? Or do you let them sequence break because the player is in control of the world? You know, and I've seen this in various different versions of games. You know, I think earlier today with any of it, like, you know, we played you know, Go for a Walk, and like you needed to ask Alex to call your phone for you to be able to search the couch for your phone. And it's like, no, like, it's a couch. Let me search it. You're telling me that I can't find my phone if I, like, put my hands in there? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. On the other hand, like, I think it teaches you that, like, yeah, talk to Alex, talk to your, like, partner, like, as a game mechanic. And like there's no shame in doing that. I don't know. It's definitely something I think about in like, how do you make this actually correct? But all right, so we don't get that. There's a dog there. We definitely need it later. Underground bunker, newsroom. All right, so you enter the elevator and go up to the first floor of the building. You're walking down the long corridor of the upper floor of the Vigamus Academy, which continues east to other rooms. To the west, there's the presidency. To the south, you'll find the meeting room. To the north, the elevator that leads downstairs. Well, if there's anything I know about video games, you don't go where you need to go. So we're in the meeting room of the Vigamus Academy. Vigamus Academy's janitor, Val Kilmer, cute, is seated at the meeting room table with Dr. Eve Sturgeon. So she's got keys. I wonder if I can talk to her. Talk to Val. Val Kilmer welcomes you and invites you to do everything possible to save the Vigamus Academy from aliens. It'll probably help if you talk to the president of the office next door. Talk to Eve. You don't have anything important to ask Dr. Sturgeon right now. That is not true. We know it's her car. So again, we're kind of like running into this this like sequence break issue again. You have entered the office of the rector of the facility. We went west towards the presidency. Be extra careful. The exit is to the east. Professor Raoul Cole, rector of the university, is sitting at his desk. Talk to Raoul. Raoul Cole looks at you perplexed and says, "You are the one who will save us from the Vigamus Academy from aliens? These sexual adventures are seriously weird. However, even if we are under attack, I can't make exception to the rules. In order to get the necessary pass to get access to the development lab, you'll need to give me an authorization form signed by Professor Mark M. Etal, if you can find him, after what happened." Don't I have that? Yeah. Give form to Raoul. The rector takes the piece of paper you give him and returns your pass to the development lab. I guess Mark M. Etal told you about the video game that the students of his course are developing, says the man. It seems to be a very spectacular action story in which aliens come to a very bad end. Even if it's a work of fiction, there should be a way to make it true, or at least I hope so. But I think you'll need a password to access the computer running the game. Try asking Val Kilmer, the campus janitor. You should find him in the conference room. All right, your score has gone up by 1 point. Oh, I always get confused by that. I was like, oh, there's only 10 points. No, there's not. I just had to use 10 turns. 20 points. That's not bad. And like having points in IF is like always a big question, I feel. I don't know. I think, it depends on the game what you want to be doing. But I think with a game, any game, you want to be able to track your progress. And so, okay, 2 out of a possible 20, that gives you an idea of like what your progress is compared to like the money in you've read this in a book. or the list in Take a Walk. So I think like there's value both ways. Obviously, you know, everything depends on something, but like having score, I think in some way helps. In the same way, like the choice of games that we've played, and I actually have not played a choice of game. There's a couple on this list actually. But like, I wonder what the score metric is in those games, and I wonder if it is the achievements, like the endings. I don't know. Things to think about. Okay. Well, we're in the upper floor corridor. I don't necessarily... I want to do the exploring I need to do. You're in the long corridor of the upper floor of the Vigamus Academy, which continues west to other rooms. From here, you can reach the game design course office to the south, the terrace to the east, and the bathroom to the north. Abandoned here is a trolley. So let's look at this trolley. The trolley, equipped with wheels, is quite large. You could use it to put the bulky stuff you won't be able to carry by hand. Cool. Alright, bathroom. You enter the restrooms of the Vigamus Academy. The toilets are to the north, the south exit. The mirror hanging on the wall reflects your worried image. You just walked into the bathroom when you hear a gurgling coming from the back of the room. Immediately after, the door of a toilet opens wide, and a horrifying greenish alien breaks into the room. Must have come through the sewer pipe somehow. Now it's in front of you, ready to send you into game over. Well, south. Run away! Let's go to the terrace. You went out on the terrace of the upper floor of the Vigamus Academy, on which a beautiful warm sun shines. From here you can clearly see the large alien spaceship that stands out in the sky, and the 1,000-colored lights that turn on and off in the glittering metal hull. To the west you can go back inside. Spaceship. In the sky of the city stands the giant silhouette of the alien spaceship. How will you scare it away? Good question. In this room, the staff of Professor Mark M. Etal oversees the activities of the game design course, a gateway to the future of the world of work. Speaking of gateways, the exit is to the north. Cute. Sitting at the office desk is Micah Gila, the project manager of the game design course. Talk to Micah. Micah Gila welcomes you to her office and tells you that anything, or almost, she can do for you. She will. Then she invites you to talk to the bigwigs of Vigamus Academy to know what to do and how to move about the campus. Okay. Well, we have the meeting room. Let's talk to Val. To get the password for the development lab computer, Val Kilmer invites you to show him the pass the rector gave you. Give pass to Val. Val Kilmer observes the pass and listens to the story of your meetings with the head of the game design course and the president of the Vigamus Academy. Convinced that you are on your way to saving the Vigamus Academy from aliens, he agrees to reveal the password of the computer of the development laboratory. XCD. Suddenly, you realize that if you can remember this password by heart, you can do anything in life. Oh my gosh. I'm sure that it's not going to make me remember this, but I also do not want to be wrong. Is there someone else here? Talk to Eve. Don't have anything important to ask Dr. Surgeon right now. Okay. Talk to Micah? Nope. Okay. Well, we need to go south. Do we need to talk to Mark anymore? No. So we go east, we can go south. What about north? Unlock door. With a key? Okay. So we're now in the development room. You're in the room where students, through the latest technological equipment, can practice the work assigned by the teachers, develop new video games, and carry out together all the projects of the course. The exit is north. You can see a laptop computer here. Well, let's look at it. Thanks to the password obtained by the general manager, you can get into the computer. In short, you find the prototype of the game about the War of the Worlds. And it's really terrifying. The extraterrestrials are literally routed by the human army, which appears truly unbeatable. If I could make it look real, the aliens would run for the hills. Maybe upstairs you'll find someone who can tell you how. I bet that's Micah. Talk to Micah? You tell Michael Gila that you would like to use the video game about the War of the Worlds to scare away the aliens who invaded the city. But you don't know how. She thinks a bit about it and answers, I'm sorry I can't help you, but since I'm without Amy, I feel completely uninspired. Someone from the staff must have stolen it from me to prank me. Now I'll be hidden away somewhere. If I can find him, I'm sure something will come to mind about the alien thing. You promise Micah Gila that you will do everything you can to find Amy, and she will say goodbye with a warm hug. So, genuinely no shade. Looks like the translation's kind of breaking down a little bit. Alright, we go down, we go south, we get the dog. That's what the Amy Michael Gila was looking for, a stuffed dog. I'm sure she'll be happy to have it back. North, north, west, west, north, east, south. Micah Gila opens her eyes when she sees you walk into the office with the stuffed dog. Thank you for finding my little sweetheart, she exclaims, getting up. She grabs Amy and starts covering it with kisses. Then she looks at you with gratitude and says, as for the matter you were telling me about, there is indeed a way to show the game to the aliens. In the closet downstairs, there is a projector that would be great for the purpose. The room is locked to prevent the students from using it during the lessons, but I was able to get a copy of the key. Micah Gila gives you the key to the closet and tells you to make good use of it, and starts cuddling Amy again. Your score is on up by 3 points. Sequence breaking. Always useful. Oop, oop, oop. Nope. Alright, corridor. Unlock door. With key. You unlock the closet door. Open door. Cool. You enter the closet of the Vigamus Academy. Junk of all kinds are piled in here, including numerous clothes. To the south, you can go back to the corridor. Do you see a projector here? Get projector. Phew, the projector is really heavy. I doubt you'll be able to go far with it. Why don't you get a cart and put it in there? Fine, I'll go to the cart. Oh. Drop. projector. South, west, north, east, get trolley. West, south, east, north, west, east, north. Okay, down in the lobby. Corridor of the lower floor. Get the storeroom. Put projector in trolley. Okay, get projector. Put projector in trolley. 2 more points. All right. We go west. Nope. We go south. We go west. We go north. We go east. We go south. Talk to Micah. Micah Keela congratulates you for retrieving the projector. Now, she says, you're ready to do your show. Turn on projector. The battery is missing. Try talking to Eve Sturgeon, who should be in the meeting room with the CEO. You should have one. Okay. Drop trolley. So, this is something that I think isn't that great about this. This is just a set of fetch quests, and they don't seem particularly like the signposting is like giant blinking neon signs as opposed to other things, you know, more subtle ways of doing it. I think I don't know. Like, for it to say the battery is missing, try talking to Dr. Eve Sturgeon. Okay, first off, I went to talk to her like 3 times. But fair. You tell Dr. Sturgeon you're looking for a battery to turn on the projector for use against aliens. The woman tells you that she has one in her car, parked outside the Vegamus Academy. She gives you the car key and tells you to take it. Too bad the parking lot is guarded by a damn robot that shoots laser beams everywhere. If you can't find a way to repel or even reflect his attacks, I doubt you'll be able to grab that battery. Reflect, huh? So this is actually like solid. Because we go north, we go east, we go north. We get the mirror. The alien won't let you near the mirror. Do I have anything? Give snack to alien. You toss the snack to the alien, who catches it on the fly with his claws. It looks curiously, then instinctively discards it and starts munching on it. At first, it almost seems to like the snack, then changes expression, opens its yellow eyes wide, and writhes in the throes of more and more violent convulsions. Eventually, it collapses to the ground and quickly dissolved into a mush that ends in a drain grate, along with the remnants of the snack. Good. Well done. Get mirror. Get the mirror, you will need a screwdriver to unscrew it from the wall. Let's talk to Val about the screwdriver. Nope. East, north. Search junk. You take a look at the junk piled up in the closet, and in the pocket of a dress, you find a screwdriver. Get screwdriver. South, north, east, south, west, north, south, up, down, left. Restroom. I bet use screwdriver on mirror. Okay, just use screwdriver. I think that's... So there's a few things. So, like, first off, I think European games are more likely to have use. I think it's also, like... Well, what is the, like, verb here? It would be unscrew, maybe? Alright, yeah. So, good. Get mirror. Oops. Alright. So we have a way to get rid of him. Enter car. The car is locked. The robot shoots a laser beam at you, which fortunately you manage to avoid. Unlock car with key. With Dr. Sturgeon's key. With car key. The robot won't let you near the car. Throw mirror at robot? You show the mirror to the robot. That's also like a question. Do you make somebody guess the verb here? Or is throw good enough? Definitely a call. You show the mirror to the robot, who instinctively shoots you. The laser beam hits the reflective surface of the object you're holding in your hand and comes back pouring over the metal monster that explodes with a thunderous roar. Good job. Now you've got about 10 billion aliens left to kill. Unlock car with car key. Enter car. Open car door. Search car. Get battery. Alright. North. North. East. East. Put battery in projector. You insert the solar battery into the projector. Now you just need to find some energy from the sky to turn it on. Do I still have the mirror? Reflect sun. Use mirror. Turn on projector. Before you turn on the projector, you need to connect it to the computer. Oh, okay. West, south, get computer? No. West, north? South, west? Nope, not west. Not south, rather. North, east, south. Get computer. Now you wouldn't know what to do with it. Gosh darn it. Get trolley. West, south. Nope, not south. North, west. North, east, south. Connect computer to projector. You take the laptop on which the game of the War of the Worlds runs, put it on the cart, and connect it to the projector. Now you're ready to hit the aliens in the heart. Just find a place with enough sun to turn on the projector powered by the solar battery. And if that is not the terrace, I don't know where it would be. Turn on projector. Point the projector up and turn it on. In a few moments, the video of the game of the War of the Worlds fills the sky, showing the Earth troops advancing menacingly towards the alien spaceship. As soon as the army fire opens at home, the gigantic spacecraft begins to retreat. It always rises more towards the stratosphere until it completely disappears from view. In short, all of the staff of Vigimus Academy joins you on the terrace, congratulates you on having saved the city from the alien threat, and tells you the password to access the secret section of the game, Deuterium. Now you are ready to enroll in the course of game design and aim for a degree with 110 cum laude and academic kiss of Micah Hala. Well done. You saved the Vigimus Academy. It's the full score. What's the magic word? Deuterium. Let's see what deuterium does. Let's restart. Deuterium. You really want to access the secret section of the game? Yes. Welcome to the secret section of Campus Invaders. I hope you enjoyed saving the university from aliens. As I wrote in the game page off my site, Campus Invaders was born in 2016 as a spin-off of Zygamas for the Roundtable Proteo Brains of the Link Campus University of Rome. The event was a success, but for years there was never talk of the release of the adventure on the web, so that everyone could try it. Then, in 2022, we remembered this game finished in the attic, and we decided to propose it as a digital gadget of the Zygamas Academy and a socio-creative experiment. The original Campus Invaders has in fact become Campus Invaders 1.0, a game open to improvements and additions suggested by players and players. By sending me an email with the password used to enter here, in addition to appearing in the list of those who have finished the adventure successfully, you can propose to add something of your own to the game, an additional challenge for the player connected to a new room, an object, a character. It'll take a few months to evaluate the most interesting proposals, and then, perhaps, in 2023, Campus Invaders 2.0 will see the light. Meanwhile, thanks for playing. I love that. I love that as, like, especially since we were playing, Hypercard, which was a lot of, like, shareware and donationware and God knows what where. I love that. That's super cute. I hope that a lot of people from IFComp do it. To be honest, I might do it. Why not? So cool. I love that. That was Campus Invaders by Marco Vallarino, and it seems like the initial creation of it was a group project from the Link Campus University of Rome. So shout outs. That was fun. That was cute. So, okay. That's 3 games. Not bad. Not bad for a day of work. I'm going to take my streamer union break, and then we'll come back to 1 or 2 more. All right. See you all soon. All right. Let's keep going. Let's do another random shuffle. Half an hour, 1 hour. So we played Thanatophobia. I'm not gonna play something called I Wish You Were Dead. Not on stream. You know, and like, I think this is a good moment to talk about like subject matter. You know, it's something that I think, you know, you gotta write what you know, and a lot of people aren't feeling great, and definitely like artists and writers, you know, they're also not feeling great normally. But I'm it's hard to justify playing a game that you're not going to feel great about at the end of, you know. let's see what the next one. So, like, again, like, content warning, emotionally intense, violence, trauma, cancer. Yeah, let's do a horror game. It's spooky season. Let's do Ink. And it's only half an hour, so maybe we can get one more game in. We'll see how I feel. I don't want to go too long. So yeah, let's play this one. And like, I'm all for a surrealist game. Ink, a story by Sangita V Nuli. Is it all in caps? Yes. Okay. So play story. So this is a little different than I think we've played on stream before. It's made with texture. So the way that these games work, you have your selections at the bottom, and you hit play and you drag it to, instead of clicking on things, you drag verbs to nouns. And that's interesting. I'm not totally sure how I feel about it as a medium. We'll see how this one works, though. I think it lends to very linear games. I think it lends to games that are more telling a story than maybe branching, but we'll see. You knew life could be cruel, but you didn't realize it until you heard about her death on the 5 o'clock news. Right in between the segments about resolutions and New Year's blues. You didn't know how to celebrate any New Year after that. How do you set goals and create dreams with the threads of a life raw and ripped open? Threads missing, bond broken. The sky turned grayer than anything that day. No need for color anymore. So live life. So like you can see we go from verb and then in going to a noun, we live life. But this is my experience in general, is that it is this like super linear path. Everyone talks about starting over, but it's all fluff and no detail. Nothing about the process of rewiring your brain, rewriting the ending, recognizing the change still exists, even though you're dead sure it can't exist when the crux of your life is gone. Even the words starting, over, from one side to another, taking the first step to cross a gap that you can't cross because that means moving past what was once the only good thing you ever got. The letter came on a Thursday. It didn't come to you, you found it. Underneath a park bench, the one you had engraved with her name. It's faded now. The letter came on a hard day, when the pain is too much for one person and your other half isn't there because they're the reason your pain exists. When there's nothing to gain from being alone. When there's nothing to learn from a world that can be so cold and cruel and leave you breathless and bruised just from breathing and remembering and living. We can deny the letter or we can accept the letter. Let's deny the letter. You can't find it in you to bring it in. Probably junk mail, wedding invitation, a condolence card from someone who truly couldn't give a shit. You curse your brain for being foolish. Can't be from her. Until it appears the next day, underneath her pot of roses, the ones she grew that reminded her of you. Something about being both prickly and sweet. It makes you pause. The thought creeps up, it couldn't hurt to save paper. You could always take a peek later. Just accept the letter. You get the call on a Tuesday. It's her mother. She never really liked you, but something about tragedy made her desperate. You listen to her cry for 45 minutes while staring at the letter. You hear the words miss her, mixed with too young, mixed with should have, mixed with new start. You hang up after that, stare at the letter. Something happens after. You can't quite believe it. But if you squint, you can almost see her signature. Work until it doesn't exist. Interesting. You return to work the next week. Something about deadlines and data and nothing about death. Someone at your job recommends a grief group. They said it helped when they lost their dog, Mars or Murphy or something. For a second you want to hit them. Something that drips down the back of your mind wants it. The pressure, the pain, the blood under your fingernails. Your fingers clench painfully around the coffee cup she got you. You look down and it looks black, thick, ink. So we can deny the help or we can accept the help. Let's deny the help. You can't take the card because you can't deal with the unfairness of it all. You spend the rest of the day working. You type and think and type and drown and type and think and drown and drown and drown. Fuck this shit. Fuck his dog. You find the letter in the breast pocket of the blazer she picked out because you didn't like your body in anything else that day. That fucking letter. So, quick pause. This is exactly what I've struggled with this system. It like railroads you, and I don't know if that's intentional or if that's like part of the system or if that's just a lack of the way that the games are written. Like, is it an author problem or a system problem? I don't know. I haven't written in this system or really played that many of these. You make the call on Sunday. The envelope is dead weight on the coffee table. She makes that slopes a little to the left because she abandoned the measuring tape halfway through. You push that thought aside. Focus on the streaks of ink around her name that weren't there before. You know stuff like this doesn't actually happen. Not to anyone, but especially not to you. The fuck up who had something good and lost it once the universe realized how much you didn't deserve it. But there it goes again. Ink moving under an invisible hand. It's a flower or a sun or something you think feels like her, if you believed in that stuff. Live in denial. It's a Saturday in March when you realize just how scared you are. It wakes you up in a cold fever that never breaks. The paralyzing fear that this thing, this delusional thing, this envelope that sleeps on the pillow on the cold side of the bed, being nothing more than your brain playing another cruel trick. You haven't opened it yet, but the ink moves every day. Live scared. You're pretty sure you're going crazy. The loss has broken the part of your brain that tethers you to reality. The therapist, asshole, calls it faith. You sigh with relief, knowing that he's the quack. Live crazy. You get the sudden urge on Tuesday, staring at the letter while eating dinner. The envelope leaned against the empty seat, the ink carving its way. For a moment, you want to burn the thing until every thread of wood pulp is nothing more than ash. But something changes. A deep pull from the depths of your chest, a melancholy that distracts, a deep, dark hopefulness for anything that could surprise you. Something's wrong with the picture here, but the choice is crystal clear. Resist the ink, open the envelope. So maybe we are on a separate track. No, let's keep resisting. We'll open on the next run through. You have a dream that night. Something in between a dream and a nightmare. She's there, but not really there. Some specter-type thing in the shape of her. Something kept alive through the sheer force of something you're too afraid to ask yourself. She smiles, but it's paining. He tries to talk, but it's empty air. Half there and half hell. You can't bear to tell her you don't want to see her if it means seeing her this way. Not when she seems so proud of being the person you still need, but can't have because the universe doesn't play fair. Live afraid. You wake up hot in the midst of another cold front. Ice spidering across your windows and creating the chill that whisks across the living room when you play her favorite song. Some sort of pull towards a forbidden thing you hid weeks ago, like a child in the dark with a closet door left just a crack open. If you don't look, it's not there, but you know that that's just not true. Cold feet across worn wooden floors, patting over the carpet under the tilted table, feeling for the familiar smooth brush of paper, betrayed in the sigh of relief when you feel it there. Oh, yeah. No, and like, as I'm doing this, I'm realizing that, like, if we read it earlier, we can't have the choice to read it now. So I'm not sure. Let's just burn the envelope. We'll do another run through. Also, hey Luigi, how are you? You rush home in a panic. You don't understand. Nothing went the way you planned, and you think you might explode from the sheer force of dread that captures your every waking thought, from the park bench to the subway stop. The letter is gone. It was never really a letter. It was a cacophony of sounds and images, and you can't remember burning it, but you know you did. You don't know how. You don't know why it wouldn't just turn to ashes. You held the paper in your hands and strained against the hot tears that threatened to boil over as you tried to rip against the scratches and scribbles and splotches of ink that felt like nothing like her, and everything like a stupid bid at trying to feel something new after months of this. And suddenly you weren't seething. You weren't breathing. Who is breathing? You come back to yourself, curled at the edge of the couch with a busted cushion, hidden under a blanket that can't possibly protect you from the horror of what you've done. In your pain and rage, you've created another her, designed for your consumption, but destined for disaster. You don't want to know. You don't want to admit you even agreed. This mysterious entity that wears her face desecrates her grave. Maybe if you squeeze your eyes shut a little harder, it'll go away. You feel the gentlest inky brush across the top of your forehead, and you know you're far too late. Live too late? You lose sleep for a week, eyes staring at the inky visage staining your bed sheets, looking back at you with something that's a cross between hunger and love. You feel like Frankenstein. Why can't you just love your new bride? The thought makes a shiver run down your spine. You don't know what kind of deal you're now bounded by, but in the morning the thing hands you coffee and looks at you hopelessly, and you don't know quite what to think. What is this mess? This godless demonic pact that has you feeling bad for a mass of inky sludge that just happens to remind you of your fiancé. Ooh, we have choices. Live bounded, live in the mess. Live in the mess. You stay inside that weekend, taking in the way the earth had tilted its axis so violently. In your periphery, you swear you see the thing's needle-like teeth. But when it asks to watch a movie, you can't say anything. It picks her favorite. You watch it and wait for the next thing that is bound to drive you off the side of the nearest cliff face. But it watches enwrapped at the characters, mouths the lines in the same way she did, and it's too much. You flee the apartment. Take the subway up 15 blocks to the red light district. Walk until you can't feel the weight of what it means to feel comfort in the product of something so clearly designed to eat you first. Live in uncomfortable comfort. Day by day, you can't help it. The thing won't leave, and you can't make it go. So it stays, and it slowly allows its inky darkness to fill the hole her death carved into the space in your body that's been so cold since New Year's Day. It doesn't speak so much as whispers, a melodic, slippery echo in between the dead space and the next DVD. Something about the comfort, about the pleasure, about the love it could give you, if you wanted it. You feel the harsh lines of your pain soften with each discordant plea. It's not the same, but it's something. Live something close, but not the same. You quit your job on a Friday, something about too many sick days. You're tired, another loose end to cut before you lose it. The visage wants you to call it by her name. It feels sacrilegious in a way that makes your nerve endings feel like needles. It insists, and finally, you can't resist the temptation to say her name and hear someone respond back. It looks surprised for a moment. The creature's surprised by your concession. You feel sad for it. In the same way the ink crawls up your forearm, you know this thing can't stop, even if it wanted to. Live, stop, can't stop. It's kind of weird. The weeks are a blur as leaves cover the windows, crumble to the ground outside of your door. You no longer leave, the world confined to this space, a force seen and unseen compelling you to stay, an inky, sticky whisper that the outside is a hostile, cruel place that wouldn't understand the gift you've been given. You find yourself bending to this way of thinking, how warm the coldness of her skin feels on your arms, blacks and blues in the corners of your vision mirroring the lines of darkness on the walls, lining the floorboards in the hall. You struggle to remember her actual face, then struggle to remember if there was ever another her at all. Okay. So let's see if we can. What if we play through this? What if we accept the letter? So we accept the letter. You don't open it right away. It sits on your mantle right next to the framed wedding invitation you never got to have printed. There are no stamps, no address or sender. Not anything, really. A dull pink drugstore envelope with water stains. You feel a bit foolish for even picking it up in the first place. You're a little too old, a little too beaten to entertain it. But you do anyway. In the scarce hope that while she was reading or feeding the birds or writing her vows, she left it behind. Yeah, and then we get back to the main plot. So there's branching, but then it comes back in. So if we accept the help, and if we accept, I'm not going to read all of this, because this is yeah, and then it comes back. So this is exactly so I'm not going to continue playing it just because all right, if we open the envelope, we live with her letter. Yeah, and then we have read it or burn the envelope. Yeah, I mean, this isn't quite the vibe I'm looking for. But again, yeah, we come back to live bounded, live in the mess. So it does this branching and coming back, and this is what I've seen with this. Psychiatrist recommends, mysterious specialist recommends. Yeah, and then we're back to again. Yeah. So it does this branching. And I just did that to kind of see what was going on. It does this branching and then it comes back in. And I don't know how I feel about that. Just narratively, it is sort of all right, maybe there's some kind of like section shifting or something like that. But I also think, I don't know how I feel about that. And like, that's kind of the same way I've felt with all of these that were made with texture. I've played a couple now. Most of them are pretty short. And like, I just don't know. That was definitely interesting though, and I'm glad that I played through it. But let's do one more. So what do we have here? Fantasy 1800s Scotland. Historical witches. Love it. Let's play Witchfinders by Tania Dreams. This will be the last one that we do for tonight, I think. All right, so we have our witch score. Let's see if we can't get this to be 100%. Witch score, 0. Edinburgh, 1829, 1827. Age of Enlightenment gave way to Romanticism, leaving behind medieval brutality and inspiring beauty of Renaissance. Scotland regained their territories and started its way into the Industrial Revolution. Cities grow large and prosperous. Even though the people do believe in progress, there's always some space for the strange things. Happening with little to no explanation, they puzzle ordinary folk, so the people are referring to it as witchcraft. Official trials haven't been taking place for decades, but Witchfinders are still doing their unofficial job for the church. Witchfinders are working undercover to detect potential witches and test them with unconventional methods to get the truth out. Witchfinders do not care if the witch is good or bad. It is enough that she is capable of doing bad stuff. Well, so now you expect that you got the role of a brave witchfinder, and I send you on an adventure to get rid of nasty creatures. I got some news for you. You are the witch. Moving around towns and villages every now and then, occasionally helping people and cursing some bad dudes, is the only way you can survive without attracting their attention. But you feel they are getting closer. Cute little ASCII art. Gotta love it. Edinburgh, 1827, May 11th. Another day, another opportunity to help people and try not to get caught by the Witchfinders. Blue text expands, orange text, it's linked. Careful with that one. Green text, highlights for magic, like making a special potion from a frog skin. Ideas that you can use. The more attention you attract as a possible witch, the higher is your witch score. When the witch score hits 4, your game is over. In the early afternoon, Maggie, this nice woman, thinks you are her childless cousin and lets you stay with her family in a small servant room. Is at the textile factory the whole day. The sun is shining through the windows, and you are finished with your home duties, such as cleaning the kitchen, sweeping the floor, washing the clothing. There's still some stuff to do today, so you look at your notes. The notes say, Victor Hector, visit Hector, Chambers Street. Let's write some stuff down. 'Cause I wonder if it's going to, keep this. I also wonder, can we shrink this any? We can shrink it a little bit. A little bit. So let's visit Hector on Chambers. Visit Alexina on Lawn Market. And visit the Esplanade. Also, you carry some stuff in your pocket purse. Coin bag, handkerchief, notebook, pencil. Alright. Leave the house. You open the heavy front door and go outside. The street is busy with all kinds of people. Old ladies with loud kids, rushing postmen, servants with bags full of fresh food, nicely dressed lawyers. There's a new broadside pinned to the wall. So there's Chambers Street, Lawn Market, Esplanade, Elmero, and we can go back inside. That's a broadside. Wonder of wonders of the speech of a child born near Edinburgh on Tuesday the 15th of March 1770 is delivered 10 minutes after it came into the world. Okay. Let's start easy. Let's go to Hector. Let's go to Chambers Street. So you were in the Chambers Street. The view of this freshly finished new college is spectacular. Stand in front of Hector's house. Knock, knock. Hector himself opens the door and is happy to see you. Thank you plenty for coming over. Maggie told me you studied nursery, and my son looks very unwell. Yeah, sure. Ask about the family. So how is your wife doing? You ask politely. My sweet Betsy? Pretty great. Her brother has a lot of work to do, though they are, well... Hector hesitated before continuing. On some kind of a church secret service. Oh, I see. Let's look at the kid. So, we need to find a willow. Hector invites you to another room. On a high bed, a young boy is lying under a thin blanket. He seems asleep, but the boy is looking pale and his breathing sounds very hard. It seems to be a simple influenza, and you would just need a willow bark from the pharmacy to heal him without any extra materials. Or you could make the medicine by yourself if you find a willow. Let's make the medicine by yourself. We're this skilled. You decide to make the medicine by yourself whenever you can find a willow. Might need a knife for that as well, unless you just go all in with your long nails. I will bring you a medicine, you reassure Hector, and leave his house. Hector found it very strange that you didn't want to go to the pharmacy. Oh, interesting. So that increased our witch score. That's fine. Let's go to Lawn Market. Lawn Market is the heart of Edinburgh trading life. There's a candle store, a tavern, a butcher store, and a tea store. Candle store. You enter a dimly lit store full of candles of different types. Alexina, who sometimes comes to Maggie for a cup of tea, works here. Hey, let's talk to her. How are things going? You ask politely. Fine for me, but unfortunately not so well for my husband, Alexina replies. He's a farmer, and there's been some problem with the Highland cattle. Animals seem to be losing weight all of a sudden. Yeah, let's offer help. I will think of something I can do for your husband. You answer. Thank you, says Alexina. You would love to help the farmer, but so far there's nothing that comes to mind. Buy a candle. Buy one of the white thin candles stacked on the shelves. I would say maybe a useful thing. Let's go to the butcher. Ask the butcher about cattle. I've heard from Alexina that farmers are struggling a bit. You start. Butcher scratches his head. I am not sure what's the issue there, but animals would get less time keep barber puglet. Hopefully it'll be over soon, but otherwise we'll have enormous losses in the end of the year. Buy some bones. What'd you like, lassie? Butcher asks you. A couple of lamb bones, please. Surely, sweetheart, but I'll come once you need 'em. I get a fresh loin of pork over here. They're for soup. You just make up some excuse to get the bones. Well, why not? It worked. Alright, let's go to Castle Esplanade. You're at the Castle Esplanade. The castle rises over the massive rock, but this is not as interesting as another object here. There's a small monument dedicated to all prosecuted witches called the Witch's Well. There's a willow tree growing near the row of houses. Hey, it's a willow tree! Look at the old willow tree, which has probably been standing here for a couple of decades. Break a branch off. Carefully bend one of the branches until it cracks. Trying to be unseen, you take the piece and stuff it into your pocket purse. What about the Witch's Well? The fountain is installed near the site on which many witches were burned at the stake. There's an old man sitting near the monument, holding white flowers in his hand. Chrysanthemums. Interesting. Talk to the man. It's a lovely monument, isn't it? You say after a small polite coughing to signalize your presence. A scary one. The old man sighs. Why is that? My wife was taken by the Witchfinders 5 years ago, the old man says, and I will never be able to get her back. What did she do? She was accused of witchcraft by helping neighbors with the chicken flu, says the old man. Someone saw her in the stall and told her about the police. And then, his voice trembles, that they took her. They? You inquired, despite already knowing the answer. The Witchfinders. I'm very sorry for your loss. The man notices a willow branch poking out of your purse. Aren't you the one who also fears them in a way? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Well, my dear, then we shall part here, answered the old man and walked away. Bummer. Oh, we can go to Chambers Street, go to Hector's house. Oh. Alright, we can go to the house. We can make willow bark powder. You take out the willow from your pocket and, using a kitchen knife, carefully cut off the bark. Afterwards, you cut it into little pieces and place it in a small box. This will be good medicine for the sick boy. Now we can go. Hector's house. Use the willow bark. You give Hector the willow bark powder you made. He looks suspiciously, but he trusts you. Just soak this in water for 6 hours and give it to your boy. The boy will be healed. After all the formalities have been completed, you sit with Hector for a cup of tea. Suddenly, the front door bell rings, and Hector's wife comes in. This is Betsy, my wife. She works at the textile factory. Yeah, let's talk to her. Hello, I was sent for Maggie to help your sick boy. Hector, why didn't you call a doctor? What does she do? Betsy thins her lips and looks at you suspiciously. She's studied nursery. You can trust her. Betsy relaxes and gives you a tired smile. Thank you. And sorry for such an offensive manner. I just do not trust the self-proclaimed healers and other sort of funny folk. I understand. No worries. You just mumble hello and sneak out through the open door. Got more stuff to do today. Phew. What a good day it was. You helped Hector and his son. However, you did not figure out or want to help the farmer. And maybe you could give it another chance. We secretly gave you points for the good stuff you've done. And added penalties for the witch score. Your final score is 60 points out of 100 possible. I guess we can hang out here for a while? The idea for Witchfinders game came to me pretty spontaneously. I was immersed in the aesthetics of medieval armor, and it was somewhat led me to start reading about witch prosecutions. However, I didn't want to make the setting at the correct time in history, but shifted a bit forward. There are no official documents on the witch trials in the 19th century. I've looked through my many historical documents, tried to reconstruct the settings of life in Edinburgh in the beginning of the 19th century. I learned that the old college was called New College at the time. There were pencils already in use, but still no bags, and ladies had large pocket purses with them. I checked possible medications. Morphine was sold publicly first in 1827. Lindsay and Gilmore is not the oldest pharmacy, but it was existent back then. The broadsides are the real ones from the archive. For the butcher's Scottish accent, I've used a translator. English is not my mother tongue, and I apologize for any misspellings and grammatical mistakes. In my defense regarding the game setting, I've been to Edinburgh once and totally loved the city. Tania Dreams 2022. It's kind of interesting. I do like some of the mechanics in this. Not enough to try it again, at least on stream. Might try it again myself just to see if I can't get all 100 points, but 60 is pretty good. I'll take a, D's get degrees. So yeah, I think we have time for one more. I think we have time for one more 30-minute game. Let's take off the 1 hour. Yeah, not doing. No. So I am actually fascinated by this game. Zero chance of recovery. I have opened it up and toyed with it. No, you know what? I'm fascinated by this game. Let's play with it a little. This is going to be the last one for tonight. So this is Andrew Schultz. He actually has 2 games in this. Let's crank that down just a little bit. So, okay. So here's what I know about this game. This game is a straight up puzzle game. It is a chess puzzle game. But so I walked into it expecting it to be nothing, really. And then I'm going to shrink it just a little to get the font size a little bigger. There we go. It's a chess puzzle game. So I walked in expecting it to be like very mechanics based. And then I get hit immediately with this. Oh, what a gaffling it was. Everything went right. The only problem was, you weren't the assailant. You were peacefully minding your own business on F3, ready to track down the last opposing pawn, when, all of a sudden, mercenaries, so not on. Dump him where, Chief? As far as possible, the corner. Dump him in A1? That's a bit farther. Well, what? That costs extra because it's so far away? No. You don't bargain me with that. I can't give you payment up front if you're not willing to take the short trip to A1. A bargain happens, however. You're dizzy from the beating, so you're spared the details mercifully. But when you wake up, it's apparent the king and his mercenaries reach a compromise. You've been dumped in H8, and the mercenaries will receive no pay until the black pawn queens. The enemy king booms. You'll get payment when my final pawn queens. Yes, that's a deal. Now, get off the battlefield. Chivalry and all that nonsense. I can't conduct war with you all on. The mercenaries trot off slowly, giving you time to think and plan. You feel helpless, and yet perhaps there is some way to save your skin, or even turn the tables. I mean, you have to try something, right? Maybe having relatively few possibilities, you might stumble on the right one by mistake. So, 0 chance of recovery renders a chessboard and text maps for room descriptions. So play very poorly with screen readers. In addition, you may prefer text description to a chessboard as a matter of taste. Do you wish to activate text screen reader mode? Nah. Okay, so we can switch it at any time. So we're at H8. Okay. This is your first time playing. You may wish to see verbs with verbs, the rules and goals with rules or goals, or about for general information. Also, this puzzle is over 100 years old, so I can only claim credit for the narrative adaptation, flimsy though it may be. Ah, you awake? Then I can dispense with the chivalry and start giving orders. All I have to do is get my pawn to run forward, and you can't do anything, right? Still, it'll be fun to see you try. Booms the Black King. So let's look at verbs. Zero chance of recovery accepts commands in standard chess algebraic notation, which seems intimidating, but don't worry, you don't need to know the details. Also, you can use upper or lowercase for your commands. You're a king, which means you can move to any squares vertically, horizontally, or diagonally adjacent. That means that if you're on C6, the commands SE, D5, and KD5 would all move you to D5, assuming the square wasn't guarded or occupied. You can also move your pawn with P, or type, say, C7. If both you and your pawn can move to a square, the pawn takes precedence. R resets, X examines, or gives you memories of a certain piece. After typing meta commands, meta lists these, or toggling options, typing L or look lets you see the board again. You can see options for the board display with opt. Commands above are all in caps to give them focus. The parser is case insensitive. So what are the meta commands? About, credits, goals, and rules. Meta is, well, this. And opt shows possible options. Verbs shows verbs. R restarts a scenario if you think you've messed up. Think reconstructs how this whole affair started. So why don't we play with this a little bit? You should be able to use abbreviations for most or all of these meta commands, but the full list is too numerous. Before you were knocked out, you remember the mercenaries and Black King negotiating their deal. No payment unless the black pawn made it to H1 and is promoted. Why you remember this instead of any sort of combat plans to catch a fleeing enemy, you're not sure. Cute. So what are the goals? You don't need to know all the rules of chess to win. You just need to know how kings and pawns move. Kings can move up to 8 squares. A pawn moves 1 square up or down the board. Also, your pieces, white, are in uppercase, and the black pieces are in lowercase. In this case, your pawn starts with 2 squares before it reaches its destination, where it can become a queen. You are going up the board. The opposing pawn starts at H5 and needs to move 4 squares. A king can touch any adjacent square, vertically, horizontally, or diagonally. So in the corner at H8, you can go to 3 squares, but in the center of the board, you can go to 8. Okay, yeah. It's kind of weirdly worded, but I know what he's saying. Your goal in 0 chance of recovery is to either capture the enemy pawn or move your own pawn to the 8th rank. It should be noted the capital letters are your pieces and lowercase are your opponents. There's no penalty for getting things wrong, so keep trying. 0 chance of recovery is solvable by trial and error, though such trial and error is not trivial. Rules? Oh, okay. Meta and rule, or goals and rules. Heh. Yeah. It's your turn to move, so why not use all the time you want? Keep the opponent nervous. So, all right. Here's the situation. Once we can queen, so there's 4. Their pawn is going down. There's 4 spaces. We can't catch it unless we update to another piece. We can't just go straight 2 up, can we? What if we just go to C7? Assuming you meant the pawn. Black king slides to B7, uncomfortably close to your pawn on C7. So yeah, we can't just go to C8 and win. The enemy king laughs as he jumps your poor pawn just as it gets to C8. You have no hope of catching the enemy pawn. Fortunately, that was just a brief bad dream. You have a lot of them right after being knocked unconscious. They'll wear off eventually. Thankfully here, it was just for a split second or two, because that's how dreams work. Hours of mind time, almost no real time. Your exploits may have shown another way to do stuff wrong though, and that might help with process of elimination. So what if we move to G8 first? The black king slides to B6, uncomfortably close to your pawn on C6. No, that's not right either. Let's reset. So what if it's G7? I'm gonna expand this just a tad so that we can get the whole thing up. Okay. So the black king orders his pawn to move down the board just to keep way ahead. That's okay. So then we can go to C7. No, we can't. You have a vision of some young children screaming, "No take-backs!" and "You touched it! You moved it!" It ends in tears. Wow, what was that about? Undoing is disabled, but since one whole scenario shouldn't take more than 7 moves, you should be able to recreate what you did. Hope this balance is forcing you to a bit of challenging calculation without getting too frustrated. So I don't love that it's kind of like apologizing for itself. Like, explaining that is fine. Like, if it stopped before the "I hope." Can we end passant? Is that something we can do? Well, let's go to C8. So, okay. We have to back up this pawn somehow. But if we just keep moving the king, that pawn is just going to move all the way. Because we're 4 away no matter what. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. It's like that's the thing. So we're 2 away there. I need to get here. And there's no way. I think G7's the right call. And what if we do F7? And then if we do E6, he just takes it. But maybe so the black king orders his pawn to move down the board or you will catch it. And the pawn, reaching the end of the board, becomes a queen. There's nothing you can do, but watch as the queen swoops past you and boxes you in where you can only shuffle between H1 and G1. Black king approaches to assist the queen in checkmating you. Okay. I'm just going to chill and try and figure this out. If anybody enjoys chess in chat, I am more than willing to hear opinions. I do think that G7 is the right first move. And then if we do C7 and then F7, the king takes the pawn. Okay. So what if we stay on this side of things and we threaten? Nice. Okay. So we do H7 and then C7. It's 2 away. He can't get to it. And C8. What? Oops, this shouldn't happen. The pawn got too far ahead of the black king. This is a bug? So wait, if I do h7, then c7. And then let's say g8. Then f7. So this is such an interesting misuse of a parser game. So it does come with a walkthrough. So G7, my initial thought, which was G7, is definitely the right call. Now it says to go to F6. And then E6. Yeah, okay. And then D7 to protect. The Black King orders his pawn to move down the board, and the pawn reaching the end of the board becomes a queen. You're able to shepherd your own pawn on the next turn, and it becomes a queen too. The whole war is a draw. You were almost clever there, so I can't run my pawn down the board right away, but I can keep a closer eye on it. You still won't be able to keep track of both our pawns. Okay. So G7. Ha! Just guarding the pawn a little bit. I can always take it later. Alright, F6. Black King orders his pawn to move down the board or you will catch it. So E6. And now it's protected. D7? Yeah, the black, it's not even going to make it. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Black King sides. Yeah, C8 again. Ah, okay. So this is kind of frustrating in that it seems like there's some kind of like random stuff going on, but it keeps going, oops, this shouldn't happen. The pawn got too far ahead of the black king. This is a bug. That's unfortunate. Because I really love how this is doing. So what it really says is southwest, southwest. Northwest. And now that I've covered that distance, I can go C7 and it's protected. Southwest. Oh, so it guards that immediately. Okay, southwest. West. C7. No, and it just jumps it? How? Right, okay. Southwest. West. Well, southeast. South, south, south. Yeah, okay. So this is interesting. All right. So they have different things here. I'm kind of looking at the walkthrough as well. But I do love this like little bit of talk. So like, black pawn is nowhere near strong enough for you. Down it goes. Revenge for your own pawn. Dang it. Another reverie. But you figured out a little more. Okay, this time your pawn's a goner, grumbles the black king. I'll just round it up and then my black pawn's too far ahead of you. I'll run away from you if you get close. Easy peasy. Black king sides b6. Haha, just guarding the pawn a bit. I can always take it later. Black king takes your pawn and laughs. You can't win now, but can you stop the black pawn? Black pawn is nowhere near strong enough for you. Down it goes. Revenge for your own pawn. Feel like you've considered all the possible ways your enemy could react, and you can hold the line. Maybe there's something beyond that, into maybe a bit of deviousness that can ruin the black king. So it's saying southwest, southwest, southeast, south, south, south. So the only way to win is with a stalemate. but by going south, we can then capture it on the next move. Black King orders his pawn to move down the board just to keep ahead, and the pawn, reaching the end of the board, becomes a queen. Your opponent groans. Okay, so the war is a stalemate. But wait, thundering hooves. The mercenaries he hired have ridden back to demand payment. After all, it was immediately due once the pawn queened. There was no fine print about whether the pawn had to survive. So, while the war is a stalemate, the enemy king is in a lot of trouble with the mercenaries. A strategic victory. So that's interesting. Oh, I see. Scenario 3 of 3. So I didn't even notice that up at the top. That's interesting. That's an interesting use of and I said misuse of parsers. I don't know if it's a successful experiment. I think that the chessboard layout is brutal. It's really hard to read. I think there would be like another way to do this that would have been better outside of a parser. Like, I don't know, I grew up with battle chess. Like, you could still have all of this talking and all of this like narrative built up, and maybe even like talked about how to do it. Because it's also interesting that like the move is to not move the pawn. Really. So that's all super interesting. I'm glad that among of all games, I'm glad that I had like sat there with the walkthrough up and still didn't understand what to do. But like just a little bit of like plot here, I think is worth it. So I don't know. We got through 6 games. I'm pretty proud of that. So what did we play? We played A Walk Outside. We played You Read This in a Book. We played Campus Invasion. We played Ink. We played Witchfinders, and we played Zero Chance of Recovery. I think that's a good day. So thank you for hanging out. Thank you for checking out these games with me. Definitely try out the games at IFComp. You know, we have played so far, what is it? 3, 7, and this was 6, 13 games on stream. That still leaves at least 50 other games. And like there are games that I am not going to play on stream that I think were genuinely great. Again, I'm going to shout out to the Archivist and the Revolution. That was just like absolutely wonderful. But yeah, I really enjoyed this. We are going to be back on Friday. We're going to be doing FMV Friday. And so what that's going to be is going to depend on if we can get a wild JRAM to appear. If we can, we're going to start on we're gonna start on Gabriel Night, and if we can't, then we're gonna start on Titanic: A Journey Through Time. And then Monday's gonna be a little different. I'm not gonna play a game. I'm gonna do a coding stream, and we're gonna learn Inform together, and I'm gonna try to be interesting. I've never done a coding stream. I really get weirded out by people watching me code, but hey, I don't know this language at all. And my goal will be to create some of the BBC micro games that I played a couple weeks ago. And then next Tuesday will be more IFComp, because IFComp is still going on until the 15th. So we've got 2 more weeks of IFComp. We're going to try and play maybe some longer stuff, or maybe some stuff that, JRAM really, really liked. We might not do like a pure roulette like I've been doing, just so that, JRAM has really good opinions about IF. She's been in the community for quite a while. She's played a lot of IF. So it might be interesting to see what her top games were. Maybe 1 or 2 longer games. And then, we'll see where we're at. So that's kind of the plan for the next week. Please stop by. I always enjoy seeing people say hi. Hopefully you've enjoyed some of these games. And yeah. So we're going to do the thing